Okay. So, last time nag-exam na kayo, no, ng 150 items na binigay ko sa inyo. So, let us try to answer the questions from 1 to 150. Tingnan natin kung gaano na ka-ready ang Team Akle sa paparating na December board exam. Excited na ba kayo? Oh, onti na lang, no? Ilang buwan lang. Per months na. 1 week na lang. Okay? So, patikim pa lang to. Napakarami pa nating magiging rationalization ng mga Q&A natin sa CTI. Okay? Question number 1. It is defined as an art which deals with the identity and location of the offender and provides evidence of his guilt through criminal proceeding. A. Criminal investigation. B. Interview and interrogation. C. Confession and admission. And D. Criminal action. What is the answer? Letter. Okay, the answer is letter. Very good, no? The answer is letter A, no? Criminal investigation. Okay? Basta tatandaan nyo lang naman dito, guys, no? Yung salitang investigation, general term, no? General term. Ibig sabihin, basta search of facts. So, search of facts, no? Ibig sabihin, naghahanap ka lang ng proof, ng facts, ng ideas, ng data. That is already an investigation. Pero kung makikita nyo, dito sa definition natin, nakalagay na dyan, yung tinatawag nating threefold aims, no? Yung to identify, to locate, and to provide evidence of his guilt, no? Yan yung tinatawag natin threefold aims, no? In criminal investigation. Or yung phases, di ba? So please, huwag niyong kakalimutan kasi minsan nalilito yung salitang criminal investigation sa investigation kapag nasa choices. Ang investigation, general term. Kahit anong klaseng pagsa-search ng facts, matic investigation yun. Nagkakaiba-iba lang, depende kung ano yung dinedefine. O search of facts to prove his guilt o criminal investigation. Pero pag nilagay mo na doon, in relation to arson cases, pag nilagay mo na yung in relation to arson cases, bombing, naiiba, nagiging post-blast investigation, arson investigation, no? So, basta yun lang yung tatandaan nyo. Sa criminal investigation, mababasa nyo dyan lagi sa definition, yung threefold aims. Okay. B, yan naman yung interrogation at saka interview. Okay. Dito sa dalawang ito naman, kasama yan dun sa 3 I's, yung criminal investigation. Okay. Dito, tatandaan nyo lang sa dalawang ito, yung interview at interrogation, yan yung second sa I. Di ba? Okay. So, pag interview, simple, kaya simple kasi from the word itself, interview, nagtatanong ka lang para makakuha ng facts. Nag-uusap lang kayo. Okay. Hindi ka mahihirapang kumuha ng information. Kasi kanino mo ginagawa ang interview? Sa victim or sa witness na cooperative. No? Hindi ka naman makakagawa or yun nga, hindi ka makakagawa ng interview kung hindi makikipag-cooperate yung taong i-interview mo. No? Yung interviewee. Yun yung tawag natin. Interviewer, yung taong nag-i-interview. Yung taong ini-interview mo, interviewee. No? While in interrogation, ang pagkakaiba nila, skillful questioning. Bakit? Kasi gumagamit tayo ng mga techniques. Diba? Katulad nung good and bad cop, yung marami tayong skillful and techniques sa paggawa ng interrogation. At ginagawa natin ito kadalasan kapag yung taong gusto nating kuhanan ng information ay yung suspect or witness na hostile and reluctant, no, to give information. In short, ayaw magbigay ng information. Okay? Next, yung confession at pagdating naman sa admission, ano ang pagkakaiba nilang dalawa? So, kay confession at admission, lahat po yan ay acknowledgement or statement ng facts. Yun nga lang, si confession kasi, acknowledgement of guilt. Kumbaga, direct to the point ang pag-amin. Parang ganito lang, ako ang pumatay. Direct. Diba? Admission, kadalasan, ito ay indirect. Kaya acknowledgement of fact lang. Hindi niya sinasabing siya directly ang pumatay, pero he is acknowledging certain facts na pwedeng maging dahilan ng pagiging suspect niya din doon sa kaso. Okay? Okay, so number 1, letter A. Okay, so ayan no, investigation, pagdating sa criminal investigation, it's either sa suspect or person of interest ang purpose natin para makakuha tayo ng identity or identify. Di ba? Pag sa first, sa threefold aim, yung una to identify, hindi lang yung suspect or yung guilty party yung gusto nating malaman. Minsan person of interest din. Or the person or someone who authorities believe may have information pertinent to a crime. Lalo na kung wala kang eyewitness, wala tayong mahanap na mag-testify doon sa kaso, no? At we do believe that there is a person who directly knows information regarding a crime, hinahanap din natin siya, yung person of interest. In short, si person of interest, hindi po siya suspect. Si person of interest, siya po ay isang tao na mahalaga siya sa kaso because he have an information that is very important in proving the person who committed the crime. Oh, di ba? So maganda siyang maging witness or mag-testify sa court. Okay? Unlike si suspect, meron ka ng certain probable cause na siya ay ang gumawa ng crime. Okay? Next, question number 2. In sending out letters and relevant papers, the document should be arranged in a certain manner. What do you call the act of arranging a document? A. Special mail handling. B. Filing. C. Assembling. D. Documentation. Again in sending out letters and relevant papers, the document should be arranged in a certain manner. What do you call the act of arranging the document? Maraming iba-iba ang answer dito sa question na to. Mayroong B, may D, may A, may C, no? So ano kaya talagang answer? Letter B, filing. Tingnan mo sending out letters, documents should be arranged in a certain manner. Arrangement ang pinag-uusapan natin, no? Arrangement. Ang tawag doon, filing. Yung sinasagot yung documentation, pare, may kinalaman yan sa, investigation din. Yun nga lang, ang purpose niya is for reconstruction of the crime scene. Oh. For example, ng documentation na ginagawa natin, pare, yung ginagawa nating, we photograph the crime scene. Yeah? We also sketch, di ba? We measure the crime scene. Mga ebidensya dyan. Yan yung tinatawag mong documentation, no? For ang purpose niya ay chain of custody, di ba? Yun nga lang, ang tinatanong kasi dito, yung mga documents, certain papers, no? Mga memos, dapat yan ina-arrange in a certain manner. Yun yung filing. No? So, letter B ang sagot, ha? B. What is the correct order in crime scene analysis o yung tinatawag nating documentation? Number 1, photograph. B, or 2, sketch. 3, search. Ito yung pagkakasunod-sunod. No? Hindi ito pwedeng maghiwa-hiwalay or mag-iba-iba ng pagkakasunod-sunod. Mag-search ka muna, tapos mag-sketch or photograph. Laging mauuna yung photograph. Picture mo muna, i-sketch, no? Para malagyan ng mga measurement. Kasi yun naman talaga yung dahilan kung bakit tayo nag-sketching, di ba? Kasi sa photograph, yes, makikita mo yung itsura, yung color, or yung position sa crime scene, pero walang exact measurement. Si sketch, may exact measurement. Okay? Kaya nga kailangan nilang laging magkasama. No? Kasi kailangan nilang magtulungan. No? Dahil pag hindi, kahit may photograph, hindi pa rin natin alam yung saktong measurement ng ebidensya na nakita dun sa crime scene. Lahat yun mahalaga. Okay? Question number 3. What specific offense has been committed? Who committed it? When it was committed? Where it was committed? Why it was committed? And how it was committed? These are called blank of criminal investigation. A, threefold A. B, golden rule. C, 3 eyes. D, cardinal points. Ayan, wala na nagkakamali, oh. Very good. Okay, the answer is letter D, cardinal points o yung 5 W's and 1 H or the Kipling method. No? Sige nga. Yung threefold aims, yun yung dinidiscuss natin kanina. Yung to identify, to locate, to provide evidence of skill. Yung golden rule, may kinalaman naman sa crime scene, no? Never touch, move, alter any object at the crime scene unless it has been photographed, measured, and sketched from any conceivable angle. Yung 3 eyes, yan yung pinag-uusapan natin din kanina na information, interview, interrogation, and 3, instrumentation. Okay? So again, letter number 3, letter D. Okay, question number 4. Coerced and uncounseled, coerced, ibig sabihin pinilit, no? Uncounseled statements are considered involuntary or forced confession, which are usually an A, judicial, B, extrajudicial, C, admission, D, confession. What is the answer? Uncounseled, ibig sabihin, mga statements na walang abogado nung nangyari yung pag-confess. No? Okay, what is the answer? Letter B, no? Extrajudicial confession. Ano ba pinagkaiba ng dalawang yan, no? Tatandaan nyo lang, si judicial confession nasa court nung umamin. Si extra, kaya nga extra yung sinabi, bukod sa judiciary, saan pa siya umamin? Yan lang yung ibig sabihin. Di ba? Kaya nga, di ba, may mga extrajudicial killing, di ba? Nababasa niyo yung dati, lalo na yung panahon ng tukhang. Ibig sabihin nun, hindi na siya tumaan sa proseso, hindi na siya tinrial, na hatulan na kagad siya ng pagkamatay. Yun yung ibig sabihin nun. So, extrajudicial confession, yung ibig sabihin ng coerced. Kasi, kailangan kapag ikaw ay aamin outside court, meron tayong certain rules na kailangan sundin. Tatanggapin lang yan or magiging admissible lang yan sa korte if it was voluntarily given, if it was given during the assistance of a counsel, may abogado, in writing, in a language known to the confessant, ibig sabihin, nakapapel. Hindi naman talagang in writing dapat sulat kamay, no? Nakapapel. at it is signed by the confessant or tab mark. Okay. So kung hindi yan susundin yung rules na yan, hindi siya magiging admissible in court. No? Yung pag-amin niya. Okay, so number 4, the answer is letter B. Question number 5. In this process, written confession of the accused is used as a script in describing events of the crime. This strengthens the prosecutor's case and serves to convince the judge that the accused was not maltreated nor affected by sinister psychological influence. Answer. Crime reenactment, mental reconstruction, physical reconstruction, reconstruction. The answer is letter A, no? Crime reenactment. Okay? So, tingnan nyo ano ba yung physical at saka mental reconstruction? Okay? So, si physical reconstruction, this is the reconstruction in the crime scene through the direction of an eyewitness. Okay? Okay. Si mental reconstruction, this is the full careful observation of nature and condition of the materials and objects at the scene in order to infer, yan yung keyword mo dyan, infer an assumption to what the crime may happen. Okay, tandaan nyo lang kay mental reconstruction, pre, yan yung ginagawa ng mga investigator na nai-imagine nila kung anong nangyari dun sa crime scene based on sa facts na nakikita nila or mga objects or physical evidence na naiwan sa crime scene, para bang ginagawa ni Detective Conan, no? Na i-imagine niya kung anong nangyari doon sa crime scene nung nangyari yung krimen. Yun na nga. Okay? So, dito the answer is alpha. No? 6. You are an investigator investigating a suspected rape slaying case, which was allegedly witnessed by a certain person who volunteered to identify and testify against the perpetrator. What are the factors that you should not consider and to determine the accuracy of his identification of the suspect? A. His ability to observe and remember the distinct appearance of the suspect. B. The prevailing conditions of visibility and observation when the crime was committed. C. His state of mind when he witnessed the commission of the crime. And D. The lapse of time between the criminal event and when identification was made. What is the answer? Okay. The answer is letter. May iba-ibang sagot. May D, may C, may B. The answer is letter C. Ang tanong kasi pare, no? May nangyari daw na rape slaying case at meron daw isang tao na magte-testify. So meron kang eyewitness, pre, na nakakita daw ng krimen. So, paano mo daw malalaman kung accurate yung kanyang identification? Kasi napakahalaga nito kung ikaw ay investigator at magdadala ka ng yung eyewitness sa korte. Siyempre, depende yun sa instances kung paano niya nakita yung krimen. So, eto na nga. Ang mahalaga dito is yung letter A, B, and D. So, yung kanyang his ability to observe, remember distinct appearance, yung kanyang memory, no? B, prevailing conditions of visibility, no? Remember. And lapse of time. Kung mapapansin nyo, ito lang naman yung keyword talaga dito no? 3 lang yung kakailanganin yung tandaan pagdating sa accuracy of identification. Ang kanyang ability to remember, visibility kung nakikita niya, malabo ba yung mata niya, or kaya tinatanong sa crime scene Madilim ba nung nangyari yung krimen? Kung umaga, tanghali, hapon, madaling araw, may ilaw ba doon sa pinangyarihan ng krimen? Kasi kailangan mag-connect yung testimony ng iyong eyewitness doon sa conditions nung crime scene nung mangyari yon. So, mamaya sabihin mo, maliwanag po kasi noon, tapos wala naman palang ilaw doon nung nangyari yung crime. Oh. And of course, the lapse of time. Siyempre, may limitation ang ating memory. So, kung mas matagal na yung nangyari, may chances na nakalimutan mo na yon. So, yan lang yung mahalaga dyan. Okay? Hindi naman mahalaga yung state of mind when he witnessed the commission of the crime. Meron nga dyan, may mga mental disability, pero na-explain pa rin nila kung ano yung nakita nila. Okay, so, yan na yung huling-huling, kumbaga, kung wala na talagang paraan para mapatunayan yung nangyari, kumbaga, yan na yung huling-huling iisipin ng korte. Laging tatandaan, mahalaga yung ating sense of sight. No? So, yun. Letter number 6. Number 6. Number 6, letter C. Okay? 7. One of the qualities of a good investigation report is that it must be short but concise, meaning the report must be A, fair, B, brief, C, clear, D, impartial. Again, one of the qualities of a good investigation report states that it must be short but concise, meaning the report must be fair, brief, clear, or impartial. What is the answer? Short but concise? The answer is letter B. Di ba kaya nga sa mga questionnaire na sinasagutan nyo sa school, explain briefly. O, di ba? Yan yung nakalagay dun sa essay part. Diba? Explain briefly. Ibig sabihin, maikli lang, pero malaman. No? Nandun na lahat ng facts. Kaya nga, short and concise. Yung salita kasing fair, okay, at saka impartial, parehas lang. No? Ibig sabihin, fair, impartial, parehas lang yung definition nito. No? And clear, clarity means plain or evident to the mind of the reader. Wala nang mabulaklak ng mga salita. Clear, plain. No, yan yung keyword mo dyan. Plain. Okay? So for number 7, the answer is letter B. Number 8. This is classification of the investigative report, which is used as a way of determining if the officer is working on his case or not. Again, this classification of investigative report, which is used as a way of determining if the officer is working on his case or not. A, spot report. B, progress report. C, basic report. D, final report. Mga common sense lang to eh. Pag isipin mo lang eh. The answer is letter B, progress report. No? From the word itself, progress, dapat may progress, merong follow-up, di ba? So, yung salita kasing basic report, parehas lang yan dun sa informal report. No? Mga example niyan, mga memorandum, and yung spot report naman, okay, yan yung immediate initial investigative or incident report. Parehas lang yan. Spot report, incident report, address to the higher headquarters, incident report. Okay. Yung final report, ang keyword mo dyan, yung thorough, in-depth, and lengthy. Ibig sabihin kasi ng final report, dahil nga sa final na nga, lahat nandun na. Kompleto na yung details. Kaya ang tinatanong lang naman dito sa number 8, yung ating determination if
may ginagawa si officer. So kung meron siyang progress report, meron siyang mga follow-up report, yan yung ating proof na talagang may ginagawa yung ating officer in the case. Okay? So number 8, letter B. 9. Your investigator who investigates an alleged robbery with homicide is perpetrated by an unknown suspect. Since there are no witness to the crime, the following may give you a hint to identify the suspect except one. A. Motive and opportunity. Okay. B. Declaration and acts indicative of guilt, preparation for the commission of the crime, and possession of the fruits of a crime of the perpetrator. C. Modus operandi, associative evidence and criminal potentiality. And D. Knowledge, tools, and facilities that could easily be adopted by criminal use by the suspect. What is the answer? Unknown daw ang suspect natin. Unknown. Okay. Ano lang dito ang hindi natin pwedeng gamitin na pamamaraan para malaman kung sino yung gumawa ng crime? Letter? Sige nga, common sense. Unknown ang suspect. Letter? Next. Okay. Letter D. Knowledge, skills, tools, and facilities that could easily be adapted to criminal use by the suspect. Okay. Tingnan mo, your investigator investigates an alleged robbery with homicide case perpetrated by an unknown suspects. No? There are no witnesses to the crime and may give you a hint to identify the suspect except one. Okay? So, yung makikita natin dito, unknown natin yung suspect, di ba? So, wala tayong witnesses. So, yung tools and facilities that could easily be adapted to criminal use by the suspect, yan lang po yung meron na tayong idea kung sino yung witness natin. I mean, yung suspect natin. Unlike dito sa A and B and C, wala pa tayong idea kung sino siya. Okay? So, the answer is letter D. Okay, 10. Why does the dead body of the victim of violence needs to be photographed after its removal from the crime scene? Again, why does the dead body of the victim of violence needs to be photographed after its removal from the crime scene? Okay. A. To have a set view showing the relationship of the body with the surrounding. B. To identify the victim and have a close-up picture of the wounds. C. To provide reserved picture in case of loss or damage. And D. All of the above. Why does the dead body of the victim of violence needs to be photographed after its removal from the crime scene? What is the answer? Letter. Okay, letter B. Bakit tingnan nyo yung question kasi, why does the dead body of the victim of violence needs to be photographed after its removal from the crime scene? Ibig sabihin, pre, kung after its removal, pagtanggal mo daw ng katawan sa crime scene, bakit kailangan mo pa rin picturan? So, yung A, hindi na siya applicable kasi tinan mo, to have a set of view of showing the relationship of the body with the surrounding. Ibig sabihin, kung ang pinupunto niya, nung nandun pa sa crime scene yung katawan. Eh, ang tanong dito, after, no? After, tinanggal mo na yung body, bakit kailangan pa rin picturean? Bakit kailangan mo pa rin kuhanan ng photograph? So, hindi na to applicable. Hindi na natin makikita yung relationship ng katawan doon sa surrounding dahil wala naman na yung katawan doon sa crime scene. Ayan ha. Okay. C, to provide reserved picture in case of loss, this is very general. Diba? So, ang tatanungin mo lang sa sarili mo, what is the best answer? Yung B or C ba? Siyempre, B. Eh, ang tanong pa dito nakalagay, victim of violence. So, pag may victim of violence, kailangan mong picturean or i-photograph yung ating mga tinatawag na defense wounds. So, kailangan mo ng close-up picture. Okay? So, for number 10, letter B, even though pakiramdam natin lahat ito ay tama, all of the above ang answer, meron po kasi siyang tricky part, no? Nakalagay dyan after. Pero kung ang nilagay kasi dyan before its removal to the crime scene, ang sagot all of the above. Kaso after yung ginamit niya, pagkatapos daw tanggalin ang katawan doon sa pinangyarihan ng krimen. Okay? So, ang reason nun, bakit ginagawa? Because we want to have a close-up picture of the wounds. Letter B. Okay? 11. Which of the following must be done to maintain the physical integrity of evidence? Again, 11. Which of the following must be done to maintain the physical integrity of evidence? A. Evidence must be photographed intact. B. Evidence must be properly documented. C. Maintain its chain of custody. And D. Identify, tag, and seal the evidence. Saan dito yung maintaining physical integrity? Kasi meron din tayong legal integrity. Okay. For number 11, the answer is letter C. Maintain its chain of custody. Yung letter D natin, ginagawa natin yan, yung identify, tag, seal the evidence for its legal integrity. Okay, ha? Yan na, pag physical integrity, chain of custody. Pag legal integrity, identify, tag, seal of evidence. 11C. Question number 12. Jesse was invited by the NBI operatives to answer questions pertinent to the murder case investigated. After the questioning at the NBI headquarters, however, he was held for further questioning and considered him as a suspect already. Person who can visit him are as follows, except A. Lovers, friends, and countrymen. Okay. B. Immediate member of his family. C. Any medical doctor, priest, or religious minister. D. Personnel of the CHR. Answer. Tingnan mo dito lahat daw yan pwedeng bisitahin siya except letter A. Siyempre nga naman nakalagay ng alam naman countrymen mo, pupuntahan ka pa sa sa kulungan. Okay, so alanganin. So number 12, alpha. What is the principal psychological factor that contributes to a successful interrogation? What is the principal psychological factor that contributes to a successful interrogation? Ay, nilagay ko na. A. Privacy, rapport between interrogator and subject, legality. Dahil may sagot na A, no? Yan po talaga yung mini-maintain natin. Gusto natin ng privacy. Kaya nga, merong interrogation room, no, na nire-require pa. Dahil gusto natin maging confidential lahat ng pinag-uusapan ng nag-iimbestiga, ng interrogator natin. Okay? Para mas umamin yung suspect, di ba? So, number 13, alpha. How about this one? 14. Statement number 1 is the systematic procedure for verbal description of a person after a short period of visual observation is termed portrait parley. Statement number 2, description of police character which witness may refer that is kept by the police unit for the purpose of reference is rogues gallery. A, statement number 1 is correct while statement number 2 is incorrect. B, statement number 2 is correct while statement number 1 is incorrect. C, statement number 1 and 2 are both correct. D, statement number 1 and 2 are both incorrect. What is the answer? The answer is letter C. Very good. No, parehas yan tama. Portrait parley, yung verbal description. Okay? Visual observation, portrait parley yan. No? Yung ating statement number 2, tama din yan. No? Yung rogues gallery, yan yung nasa police unit na makikita natin na may mga photos and description ng mga past criminals and wanted person. Di ba? So, 14, Charlie. Okay. So, ang eyewitness, no, is an evidence based on personal knowledge and observation that it proves a fact without inference or presumption. Okay, method of identification natin, per guilt description, yan yung tinatawag din natin na portrait parley. Photographic files, yan yung rogues gallery, other term for rogues gallery. Artist sketch or composite criminal illustration, yung tinatawag din nating cartographic sketch, and general photograph. Okay? Methods of identification. Ito yung kanina, no? Kung ability to observe, prevailing condition of visibility, and lapse of time. Okay. Sa procedure in identification of eyewitness, may tinatawag tayong physical line-up at physical show-up. Physical line-up, unang nangyari yan sa police ng Boston. Okay, in 1852. Okay, balik tayo. Pinagkaiba nila, si physical line-up, nangyayari yan kapag marami yung ating suspect. For example, 7 to 10 person. Nanakawan ka, may tumakbo, tapos ang description mo, naka-blue yung tumakbo. Tapos dinala lahat sa police station, lahat ng nahuli nilang naka-blue. Oh, dahil madami yon at ma-minimize yung ating suspect, magtuturo ko ngayon kung sino yung possible na gumawa ng crime. Kaya line up. Yung physical show up, only one is shown to the witness. Okay. Usually at the scene of the crime and made immediately after the arrest of the suspect. For example, may nangyaring crime scene, tumakbo yung gumawa ng krimen. Ngayon, dinala sa'yo sa police station para i-verify kung siya ba talaga yung nag-commit ng crime. O, dahil isa lang siya, ang tawag doon, physical show-up. Physical line-up pag madami, physical show-up pag isa lang. 15. Physical or personal appearance is important when testifying in court because A, it will determine the quality of your testimony. B, it will determine the quantity of your testimony. C, it will affect the weight given to your testimony by the court. D, it will reduce the chances of the defense attacking your testimony. What is your answer? Letter? Letter A, no? It will determine the quality of your testimony. Okay, yung C, actually, parang magkaparehas lang sila, no? It will affect the weight given to your testimony by the court. But actually, no, ang purpose kasi talaga niyan, we want to know the quality of your testimony. Alam naman nila yan kung mabigat or mababaw yung iyong testimonya. Ang gusto lang makita ng korte, kung nagbabago ba yung testimony mo, yung pagkakaiba, yung quality nga, 'di ba? Kaya parang yung ginawa kay yung ex-wife ni Johnny Depp, 'di ba? Mapapansin natin doon, yung quality ng kanyang testimonya nag-iiba over time. Okay. So yun yung gusto nating makita, kung hindi ba nagbabago yung kwento, yung maliliit na detalye regarding sa iyong testimonya. Kaya tayo nagkakandak ng personal appearance. Okay? So, 15, alpha. 16. In the conduct of custodial investigation, one of the rights provided for the law is protection against self-incrimination, and the right is found on the grounds of A, public policy and morality, B, public policy and humanity, C, humanity and kindness, D, humanity and conscience. Letter B, public policy and humanity. Okay? Public policy and humanity. No, makikita natin yan sa Bill of Rights. Yan. Okay, 16B. 17. This method or technique of criminal identification is more convenient than other methods or techniques since the element of suggestion is avoided in the identification process. A, cartography. B, rogues gallery. C, police lineup. D, fingerprint. This method or technique of criminal identification, sandito. Yung suggestion is avoided. Yung keyword mo dyan, avoid. Hindi lang basta minimize, is avoided pa ang ginamit. The answer is letter. Very good. Letter D. Kaya nga 'di ba ang fingerprint, that is the infallible means of identification. Yung cartography, rogues gallery at police lineup, may chances na magkamali yan, no? Kaya kung gusto natin talaga ng element of suggestion is avoided, no? Kasi may mga suggestion ba dyan sa cartography, may chances na hindi siya syadong hawig, di ba? Sa rogues gallery, minsan yung modus operandi, ginagaya lang naman. Police lineup, ganun din. Pag marami sila, mamaya magkakamukha yan. May suggestion pa din. So, letter D. 17. His method made popular the logic of employing a thief to catch a thief. A, Kate Warren. B, Jonathan Wild. C, John Fielding. D, Robert Peel. O sino yung may idea niyang thief to catch a thief? No? Thief catchers. Letter, galing na nila sa mga tao. Nako, may nagkamali pa. Letter B, si Jonathan Wild. Si Kate Warren, she is the first female detective. Si John Fielding is also known as the Blind Vic. Okay. Robert Peel, siya naman yung father of modern policing system. No? Si John Fielding at Henry Fielding, sila yung may idea ng London Metropolitan Police. Okay? So, 18, Bravo. Galing, no? Pero mo thief to catch a thief, eventually, itong mga thief na pinagkatiwalaan nila, siya sistema, magbabayad ka lang, no, para hulihin yung magnanakaw. Siyempre, criminal mind yan, mautak. Nag-usap-usap, nag-meeting, Ang gawin na lang natin, bibigyan na lang kita ng cut mo. Kunwari daw, nahuli kita. At least, binayaran na tayo ng mayaman. Di ba? Ano to? Gamit ka ng X para mahuli si X. Matindi yan may pinagdadaanan si Abdul Mahik. No? Mga naloko na. 19. You are an investigator who tries to reconstruct the crime scene. What are the components of the crime scene situation which you would analyze? 19. You were an investigator who tries to reconstruct the crime scene. What are the components of the crime scene situation would you analyze? A. Suspect arrival at the scene of the place of entry. B. Movement of suspect from point of entry and his contact with the victim. C. Place of exit. And D. All of the above. Kung investigator ka daw, ano daw yung iisipin mo to reconstruct ano yung nangyari dun sa crime scene? Place of entry, movement ng suspect, o yung place of exit, or all of the above? Okay? The answer is, magpasang mabuti, may nagkakamali pa. Letter D. Investigator ka nga Dapat nga, kinang yung observation. So, lahat ng paraan or lahat ng details, kailangan you are aware. And you must analyze. Hindi lang yung entrance niya or exit niya. Okay? So, all. Okay? Everything. 20. This is sometimes called groping, an investigation technique whereby the operatives conceals his true identity and adopts an assumed role to obtain information or accomplish a specific mission. A. Undercover assignment. B. Work assignment and social assignment. B. Dwelling assignment. D. Personal contact assignment. What is the answer? Letter K. Roping, tailing, parehas lang yan, no? Ibig sabihin, yung rabbit mo, naglalakad or moving, no? Pag casing, yung salita, you are observing a property, no? Bahay, building, no? Hindi moving, di ba? Okay. So 20, the answer is letter A. Undercover. Kasi itong C, B, at D, lahat po yan ay types of undercover assignment. Merong mga na-assign sa work assignment, meron sa social assignment, minsan kung saan siya nag-workout, doon ka laging pupunta, sa dwelling, around sa area kung saan siya nakatira. Personal contact assignment, for example, na kailangan mong maging kaibigan sa kanya. Okay? So 20 alpha. 21. An Englishman who wrote novel entitled Tom Jones was appointed as the magistrate for the areas of Westminster and Middlesex in London. A. Patrick Colquhoun. B. Charles Dickens. C. Henry Fielding. D. Robert Peel. Answer. Sino ang sumulat ng Tom Jones? Pre. Letter C. Okay. Okay. Si Patrick Colloquion, siya yung founder of First Regular Preventive Police Force, no? Si Robert Peel, alam nyo na yan, father of modern policing. Si Charles Dickens, pampagulo lang yan, no? So the answer is Charlie. Si Henry Fielding din po ang sumulat ng Tom Jones. Ha? Siya din. Okay. So 21, Charlie. 22. This report is one which is routinary act. It is submitted daily by a duty inspector. A. Spot report. B. Special report. C. Beat inspection report. D. After patrol report. Answer. The correct answer is letter C. No? Ang gumagawa po ng beat inspection report ay ang ating duty inspector. So the answer is C. No? Special report, maraming klase ng special report. So hindi pwede yan kasi general term. Yung spot report, in-explain ko na yan kanina. Incident report lang rin yan. So the answer is letter C. Okay. 23. Police report which requires deals with ordinary, miscellaneous, day-to-day memorandum, letter or form accomplished by a member of a unit. A. Basic report. B. Formal report. C. Spot report. D. Special report. What is the answer? Answer. 23. Answer. Letter. Ba't may nagkakamali pa rin dito? Kakatanong ko lang nito kanina. Alpha. Ginawa ko lang, basic report ko, yung miscellaneous, day-to-day memorandum. Yung spot report, incident report nga po yan. Incident report, parehas lang yan. For example, may nagkabanggaan. Ang gagawin mo doon, spot report or incident report. Yung basic report, yan yung mga tinatawag din natin informal report. O mga memo. Diba? Kaya may announcement, nagpakalat ng information through letter. Memo yun or memorandum, may mga simpleng papel, ordinary miscellaneous papers na hindi masyadong makaka-affect sa organization yung lalabas yung papel na yun. No? So 23, alpha. 24. 24, illegal acts committed by business and professional people while earning their living are classified as A. Blue-collar crimes, B. Crime mala inse, C. White-collar crimes, D. Crime mala prohibita. Ito, nahalo lang tong question na to pero sa ano to eh? Sosyo. The answer is letter C. Very good, no? White-collar crimes. Mga professional people ang gumagawa ng mga white-collar crimes. Okay? 24C, 25. Ito. Julia Roberts gives an information to the police without waiting a reward or payment because she considered herself as a ex-convict, B. Informant, C. Defendant, D. Accused. The answer is letter B. No, informant. Paano man pag nanghihingi ng pera, may bayad, may kapalit, ano ang tawag natin? Ano? Ito kasi hindi daw siya naghihingi. Informer. No, informer. Very good. 26. The known case on personal identification that caused the total damage of anthropometry is A. Best case. B. Dillinger case. C. USA versus Jennings. D. West case. Letter D. No, West case. No, yung USA versus Jennings, yan yung unang jurisprudence na may kinalaman sa sa fingerprint as an evidence. No? Yung West case, yan yung nagtapos sa idea ng anthropometry, yung pagme-measure ng buto, no? Napauso ni Alphonse Bertillon. So the answer is Charlie. In pursuing a criminal, and when it appears that the pursuit is not possible, what should you not do? O, anong keyword dyan? Not do, not. Ano daw yung hindi mo gagawin? A, better use your time and effort to alert another unit. B, forgo the pursuit and continue what you are previously doing. C, inform the dispatcher of the unit. And D, use radio for possible active pursuit in coordination with the other police. Ano daw yung hindi mo gagawin? Letter? Nagkakamali pa rin. Pag sinabing pursuit, mamaya kasi kaya may nagkakamali, hindi naiintindihan eh. Sabi daw, kung tatagalogin natin, may hinahabol ka, kaso nga lang, hindi mo na kayang habulin. It is not possible na pursuit kasi habol, no? Ano yung hindi mo dapat gawin kapag alam mo hindi na possible ang paghabol dun sa kriminal? Letter B. Hindi na nga posible, bakit forgo mo pa rin ang paghahabol sa kanya? So no na yon. No, ang dapat mong gawin, mag-alert na sa ibang units, mag-inform na sa dispatcher para ma-inform na din yung mga dapat ma-inform doon sa nangyari. Radio, di ba? Active pursuit in coordination with other police. So 27, 28. This situation takes place when a police officer induces a person to commit a crime and arrest him after the commission of the crime. A. Instigation. B. Recidivism. D. Voluntary surrender. And D. Entrapment. The answer is instigation. Nakalagay na. No? Okay. Instigation. Ang criminal intent nasa police officer, no? Pinush ka lang gumamit ng crime. Yan yung pagkakaiba sa entrapment na ginagawa natin pag nagkakaroon ng buy-bust operation. Kasi sa entrapment, kahit na ano din yun, surprise, kumbaga, at nandun ka nung nangyari yung crime, still sa entrapment, ang intent nandoon sa person na nag-commit ng crime. Okay. Unlike sa instigation, pinilit ka lang or na-push ka ng police officer to commit the crime. So the answer is alpha. 29. It is the correct or proper choice of words to convey a meaning. It is a correct or proper choice of words to convey a meaning. A. Vocabulary. B. Diction. C. Words. D. None of the above. The answer is proper choice of words. Letter B. Ang tamang sagot dyan ay diction. No? Proper choice of words is diction. Okay? Vocabulary, kumbaga, other terminologies yan. No? Vocabulary, mas malawak na vocabulary, mas maraming choices of words. Okay? So, letter number 29, letter B. Okay? 30. Police report which requires With ordinary. Ito, natanong ko na kanina. The answer is letter A. No? Sagot na tanong na ito kanina. Basic report. Okay, 31. Okay, special crime investigation is more concerned on A. Tracing evidence, B. Physical evidence, C. Testimonial evidence, D. Associative. Special crime investigation is more concerned in what? Letter? Okay nga. Okay, answer. May nagsasagot ng A, may nagsasagot ng B. Ang tamang sagot dito ay letter B. Si special crime investigation, it is more concerned on physical evidence. Katulad ng mga, ano ba mga special crime? Saan ba na-apply yung mga special crime investigation? Sa mga homicide cases, no? Kadalasan to sa mga killings, no? Cases with killings. So the answer is physical evidence, no? Yung tracing evidence, associative evidence, that is still under physical evidence, no? Tandaan, yung tracing evidence tsaka associative evidence, kasama pa rin yan. Under yan ng mga physical evidence. Kasi si tracing evidence, that is to locate, no, the person who committed the crime. Ang keyword natin dito, okay, ang keyword natin dito sa associative evidence ay link. Linking the person to the crime scene. Okay? Other term for physical evidence, yung mga evidence na real, object, or authentic na pwedeng gamitin ng senses ng tao to identify it. No? Nakikita, naaamoy, nalalasahan, nahahawakan, no? Physical evidence. Okay, yan yung sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina. Associative, linking, tracing, locating the criminal. Okay? Corpus delicti, yan yung body of crime or fact, no? So, depende na yan sa inyo. For example, and depende na sa crime, no, na nangyari. For example, kung yan ay homicide, corpus delicti, paano mo masasabing homicide yung nangyari? Ano ba yung evidence na mapapatunayan natin na talagang homicide yan? Siyempre, kung may cadaver. O, sa mga robbery cases naman or theft, paano natin masasabing nakawan yung nangyari? Ano ang corpus delicti? Yung stolen property. 32. What is the principle stating that anything that comes in contact with each other could transfer material, however minute, to each other or minute to each other? A. Fields contact principle. B. Bertillon system. C. Locard's exchange principle. The fruit of the poisonous tree. The answer is letter C. Locard's exchange principle. Okay. So, si Edmond Locard, kilala rin natin bilang Sherlock Holmes of France. O, si Sherlock Holmes, that is a fictional character na binuo ni Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Pero again, no, si pagtantanong, natatawa kasi ako sa ibang bata, no, akala nila tuloy si Edmond Locard siya yung Sherlock Holmes. Hindi ang Sherlock Holmes ay talagang fictional detective character lang. Kumbaga, isang novel na sinulat ni Arthur Conan Doyle. Na sabihan lang or na-brandedan lang si Edmond Locard na Sherlock Holmes kasi magaling siyang makaisip or magaling siyang investigator. Di ba? Mistulang mala Sherlock Holmes yung galawan niya. Kumbaga. At alam niyo ba na si Arthur Conan Doyle, sa kanya kinuha yung pangalan ni Detective Conan, no? Na ngayong pinapanood na natin. Okay? Also, si Locard is considered as the father of poroscopy or the study of sweat pores as means of identification. Okay? 33. Autopsies can be conducted by whom? Again, 33, autopsies can be conducted by whom? A, government health officer. B, medical legal officer. C, all of the above. The answer not either. The answer is letter C, all of the above. No? Pwedeng government health officer, pwedeng medical legal officer, even members of the medical staff of accredited hospitals pwede. Kasi hindi naman lahat ng areas ng Philippines, meron po tayong mga medical legal officer. Okay? So when you say autopsy, the comprehensive study of dead body or cadaver performed by a trained physician employing dissection. No? Para makita natin bakit siya namatay, no? Okay? Includes removal of tissues and further examination. Okay. Anong pinagkaiba ni autopsy to necropsy? Autopsy, ginagawa natin yan sa mga human body na namatay, no? While necropsy sa animals. Animals. 34. That profession and scientific discipline directed to the recognition and scientification, okay, individualization and evaluation of physical science by application of natural sciences in matters of law and science. A scientist, toxicologist, criminalistician, or chemist? What is the answer? Letter C, di ba? Nasabi ko na to last time. Nakikita natin dito sa definition na tinatanong dito sa 34, in-apply sa law and science. Okay? Yung term na scientist, that is a general term, no? Maraming klase ng scientist. Yung doktor nga, scientist din yan eh. Diba? Toxicologist, may kinalaman sa mga poisons. Oh. So, specific naman ang toxicologist. At ang chemist naman, specific din. May kinalaman sa chemistry. Ang tinatanong dito, may in-apply sa batas. So, letters. Okay? Additional information, mayroon tayong mga tinatawag na coroner. Mga coroner, these are medical, walang medical qualification, pero they are elected public officers na ang purpose is supposed to identify if the dead person died in natural or not natural causes, no? Yun yung purpose niya. Okay? Meron ba nito sa Pilipinas? Wala, no? Gusto to sa mga ibang bansa, sa USA, may ganyan. Pero dito sa Pilipinas, din natin yan na-apply. 35. There is a complete cessation, persistent and continuous cessation of the vital functions of the brain, heart, lungs, which maintain life and health. A. Clinical. B. Somatic. C. All of the above. D. None of the above. Ano ang sagot natin dito? Complete cessation. Persistent. Answer? Letter? Letter C, all of the above. Kasi yung clinical at saka yung somatic death, parehas lang yan, no? They are the same. Ibig sabihin, complete cessation of the body function. Okay. Molecular cellular death, may kinalaman naman also, ganun din, complete cessation. Yun nga lang, pati po yung cells ng katawan ay patay na. Kumbaga, kung ang gusto mong mangyari, mag-transplant, yung mga ganon, mag-transfer ng body part dun sa isang tao, hindi na pwede. Kasi pati yung cells niya patay na. No? And apparent death or state of animation, suspended animation, ito yung nahimatay. So hindi pa talaga siya patay pero meron siyang signs of death. Kaya sinama natin sa kinds of death. Yan, na-explain ko na. Okay, number 36. Cadaver spasm are seen in A, in all muscles. B, immediately after death. C, none of the above. D, all of the above. The answer is letter. O, tinuro ko na to last time. Nakalimutan na ng iba. Letter C, none of the above, no? Kung lalagay mo dito yan, cadaveric spasm are seen in immediately after death. Mali, no? Yung formation ng sentence. Kaya alanganin, X. Dapat ang sagot dito, cadaveric spasm are seen in certain muscle. Diba? So, hindi, tingnan natin yung pagkakaiba, no? So, cadaveric spasm, spontaneous rigor, instantaneous rigor, pare-parehas lang yan. Usually, nakikita to sa kamay, no? Kasi dyan kadalasan yung ginagamit natin, instinct natin para pigilan yung mga trauma na tinatamo, lalo na kung sinasaktan tayo physically, no? So, tingnan mo. Cadaveric spasm at rigor mortis, anong pinagkaiba nila? Sa rigor mortis, parehas din naman itong pagtigas ng katawan. Ang pagkakaiba lang nila, si rigor mortis, ma-identify natin yung time of death. Kasi death estimates ang rigor mortis. Pero si cadaveric spasm kasi, malalaman natin yung mode of death, no? Mode of death, if it is suicidal, or meron tayong perpetrator na nag-commit ng crime, malalaman natin, no? Rigor mortis happens 3 to 6 hours after death, so dahan-dahang pagtigas ang rigor mortis. While cadaveric spasm immediately after death. Tingnan mo, ito yung sagot dapat kanina dun sa question. Sa rigor mortis, it can be seen in all muscles, no? While in cadaveric spasm, it can be seen in a particular group of muscle. No? So the answer is, for question number 36, Charlie. Okay, sige nga. Immediately after death, ang possible nating makita dyan, cadaveric spasm. 3 to 6 hours after death, rigor mortis. 20 to 30 minutes after death, that is livor mortis. Oh. While 24 to 48 hours onset decomposition, no? Dito na nangyayari yung tinatawag nating putrefaction. No? Putrefaction yung nabubulok na yung katawan kaya nagpo-produce na ng foul smell o nangangamoy na. No? Cadaveric spasm. Okay? Rigor mortis or postmortem rigidity, pagtigas ng katawan. Livor mortis, yan naman yung postmortem lividity, changes in color. No? Lividity, color, kasi may kinalaman na ang lividity sa coagulation ng dugo or yung pagtigas ng dugo sa loob ng katawan pag namamatay. Kasi, syempre, kapag namatay tayo, nawawala na yung circulation of blood. So, natural na titigas yung dugo. Okay. 37. It is the cooling of the body. A. Algor mortis. B. Livor mortis. C. Antemortem statement. D. None of the above. What is the answer? Letter A. No? Kasi nga yung livor mortis changes in the color, di ba? Discoloration. Oh. Yung ante-mortem statement naman, that is the term that we use, other term for dying declaration. No? Ante-mortem statement. Ibig sabihin na ante, bago mamatay. Diba? Ante. Kasi composed na after. Ano ibig sabihin no? $38. A dead person was found with a contact gunshot wound at the right temple of the fatal gun, tight, gripped by the right hand. Such condition is called rigor mortis, postmortem rigidity, or cadaveric spasm, or death stiffening. May contact gunshot wound. Anong tawag daw doon? Letter C. No? Ang tinatanong kasi dito, pare, ano daw yung tawag dun sa kamay? Tightly grip at the right hand. Gaya nga na sinabi natin kanina, no? Ang cadaveric spasm, kung nasaan yung trauma bago mamatay. So, usually, yung mga nagsusuicide, kung ito ay suicide case, no? Anong nangyari na gunshot wound at the right temple? Ito ay usual na makikita sa mga taong nagpakamatay. So, yung pagtigas ng kamay niya, that is cadaveric spasm. $39. This is produced by compression of the neck by means of ligature, which is tightened by a force other than the weight of the body. This is produced by compression of the neck by means of a ligature, which is tightened by a force other than the weight of the victim. A. Strangulation by ligature. B. Throttling. C. Hanging. D. gagging. Okay? The answer is letter A. No? Tingnan mo to, other than the weight of the victim. Okay? Yes, may compression of the neck by means of ligature. Yes. Nangyayari yan kapag hinahangka. So, ang tanong kasi dito, other than the weight of the body. No? So, pag nangyayari ang hanging, ano ba ang dahilan kung bakit siya namamatay? Because of his weight, di ba? Yun yung ginagamit natin para siya ay mag-suspend, no? Sa air. O, yung bigat niya. So, the answer is alpha. Strangulation by ligature. Okay. Paano natin nalalaman kung strangulation by ligature or hanging yung nangyari? Usually, pare, kapag strangulation by ligature, kadalasang sugat niyan ay inverted V-shape. While sa hanging, V-shape ang sugat. Bakit? No? Kasi kapag nakahangka, kung papansinin mo, yung sugat mo or yung tali, syempre, nakaganyan, di ba? For example, ito yung kahoy, kung saan mo itatali. Ito yung ligature. Okay? Then, ito yung ulo ng tao. Ganyan. Yung sugat na mapoproduce dyan, V. Diba? Unlike kapag strangulation, usually, pag yung taong mag-strangulate sa'yo galing sa likod mo, halimbawa, okay? Ito yung tao, ikaw, tapos yung taong mag-strangulate sa'yo, halimbawa, ang usual niyang gagawin dyan, yung tali dito, pipilit niyan pababa. Kasi nandun yung strength niya para hindi ka makaganti. Okay. So, anong nangyayari dun sa sugat?
nagiging inverted V shape. Okay, kasi pababa yung hatak niya sa'yo. Okay? So pag strangulation by ligature, usually inverted V shape. While in hanging, V shape kadalasan yung sugat. No? So again, ano yung tawag dun sa string to tighten around the neck of the victim? That is a ligature. Okay, 40. This is a state of injury or death of the body whereby the ligature tighten the neck by the suspension of the body. A, strangulation. B, asphyxia. C, hanging. D, homicidal hanging. Answer. Letter. Basahin mabuti yung question. State of injury or death of the body whereby the ligature tighten the neck by suspension of the body. The answer is letter C. Diba? Ang nakalagay nga, gumamit ka ng ligature, pero anong nangyari? Para hindi makahinga yung tao. Sinuspend yung kanyang katawan. Ano ba yung tawag na suspension? Nakaangat ka sa air. Kung ito yung sahig, ito yung ligature, ito yung tao, hindi nakadikit yung paa niya sa sahig. Nakasuspend siya. Okay? Basahin mabuti ang question bago tayo magsasagot. Okay? So the answer for 40 is letter C. Okay? 41. You are unassigned to investigate a homicide case where the victim is found hanging in his room, bearing an inverted V-shaped ligature mark in his neck. Which of the following facts will make you believe that the death is homicide? Sabi niya na dito, no, pare, nakikitaan mo yung isang kwarto ng nakahang. Usually, sino ba yung mga nagahang? Yung mga, sabi dito, ano daw dito, yung, paano ka maniniwala na homicide yung nangyari? Ibig sabihin ng homicide, pare, may intent to kill. Diba? Suicide, hindi naman yung intent to kill, no? Kinuha mo yung sarili mong buhay, pinatay mo yung sarili mo. Pag term na homicide, ibig sabihin, may intent to kill, yung ginawa. Okay. So, what is the answer? Letter C. Okay. Bakit hindi kasama yung 2? History of desperation of life, in life rather. Kasi nangyayari to sa mga suicide cases. Dito yung usual. Nakalagay na nga sa question, the victim is a victim of homicide case. So may intent. Huh? So 41, Charlie. 42. What is the main or primary cause of death in hanging? That is asphyxia. Asphyxia is also known as suffocation. No? Wherein there is an interference or blockage in the process of respiration. Mga usual na reason kung bakit nangyayari ang asphyxiation or suffocation, ito yon: hanging, strangulation by ligature, choking, mugging, stick, garroting, drowning, and also, pare, kung bakit namamatay yung mga tao during arson case. Bakit may namatay sa arson case, sa sunog, hindi naman kadalasan dahil nasunog sila. Ang reason, nasuffocate sila. Okay? 42. All of the following, except one, are external characteristic indicative of drowning. All of the following, except one, are external characteristic indicative of drowning. A, mouth is usually closed. B, pale appearance. C, white foamy substance from the nose.
And D, object clutched in the hands like grass or mud. The answer is letter A. Kadalasan po kasi ng mga nadadrown or nalulunod, nakabukas ang bibig. No? 43. The fact that no physical evidence was found at the scene of the crime will most likely mean that wala daw physical evidence na nakita dun sa crime scene. Ano ang ibig sabihin nun? A. The victim cleaned up before the police arrived. B. The suspect was a professional. C. The suspect was a juvenile. And D. The police probably did not conduct a complete search for evidence. Ano kayo usual na dahilan kung bakit walang nakikitang physical evidence doon sa crime scene? Letter D, no? Wala namang perfect crime scene madlang people. So usually, meron at meron yung may iwan na physical evidence, imposibleng wala, no? So there's a chance na ang police hindi nag-conduct ng complete search for evidence. Hindi niya sinagad, kumbaga. 43, delta. 44. Wounds sustained by the victim while alive are called A. Postmortem wounds. B. Antemortem wounds. C. All of the above. D. Answer not given. Wounds sustained while alive are called letter A. Letter B. Nakalagay na nga dito, while alive. Kung mababalikan natin, yung dying declaration, tawag natin doon ay antemortem statement. Kasi nga, sinabi niya yon nung buhay pa siya. So, yung mga sustained while alive, antemortem wounds. Antemortem wounds. A mortal wound, or 45, a mortal wound is capable causing death immediately. Produce or B, produced by blunt instrument. C, none of the above. D, all of the above. What is the answer? Ano ibig sabihin ng mortal wound? Letter A. Kasi, ang mortal wound, tinatawag din natin ng fatal wound. Di ba? Fatal wound. Okay, example, binaril ka sa puso. That is a mortal wound. May malaki ang chance na ito ay makapatay sa'yo agad. Di ba? Okay. Sa mga homicide cases, ang kadalasang hinahanap natin yung defense wound or the result of a person instinctive reaction to self-protection. Kadalasan, ang defense wound, nakikita natin yan sa kamay. Ang mga hesitation cuts naman, nangyayari kadalasan sa mga nagko-commit or magko-commit pa lang ng suicide. Okay? Kasi hindi naman lahat ng nagpapakamatay 100% sure na agad. Kadalasan, may mga hesitation cuts yan or exploratory cuts hanggang sa maging ready na silang gawin yon. Pattern wound, nangyayari naman ito if it is produced by a shape of the instrument or object reflected in the body. Kadalasan to sa mga hit and run cases, no? At tumatama sa sasakyan, naiiwan yung shape ng object na tumama sa katawan ng tao. Types of wound according to weapons used. Okay. Meron tayong tinatawag na contusion or bruise or pasa. Discoloration of the surface due to extravasation of the blood, lalo na kung blunt instrument yung tumama sa katawan. Yun nga lang, hindi nag-produce ng open wound, kaya closed wound na, which is a contusion. Hematoma hematoma naman, yan yung parang bukol or extravasation of the blood in newly formed cavity. Okay. Kadalasang gamit dyan na weapon is yung mga blunt instrument din. Pinakal ka ng bato, kaso hindi nag-cause ng open wound, okay, pwedeng mag-cause ng hematoma or collection of blood. Incise wound, ito naman, this is a type of wound that is open or open wound. Kadalasan is smooth edge and profuse bleeding. Okay? Ang weapon is used kapag incise wound ay sharp edge objects. Okay? Stab wound. Okay, stab wounds naman kapag ang ating weapon use ay sharp edge and sharp pointed. Gumamit ng kutsilyo. Okay, yan. Punctured wound, ito yung mga wounds that have small opening or penetration ng pointed weapon. Example, ice pick. Lacerated wound, mga irregular edge or tear. So, nangyayari ang lacerated wound, for example, ang ginamit na weapon ay blunt instrument. Kaso nga lang, imbis na mag-cause lang ng pasa, nagiging open wound. Abrasion, it is also known as graze or scratch, the removal of epithelial layer of the skin. Yung mga gas-gas. Because usual cause is friction. Yan. In suicide investigation, the superficial wounds are called A, ligature marks, B, prevents wounds, B, I see cutting marks, D, hesitation marks. In suicide investigation, the superficial wounds are called what? Letter, superficial wounds. Letter, kakasabi ko lang nito, may nagkakamali pa. Letter, D, di ba? Hesitation marks. Hesitation marks. Di ba? Yung mga superficial wounds, yung mga open wounds, kadalasan makikita mo yan, hesitation marks. Di ba nagdadalawang isip pa yan? For example, hihiwain niya yung kanyang wrist. Ang maiiwan dyan ay hesitation marks. Defense wound kapag homicide cases. Hesitation marks, delta. 47. It is described as an incomplete act or unsuccessful suicide attempt. Which of the following? It is described as an incomplete act or unsuccessful suicide attempt. Which one of the following? A, semi-suicide. B, suicidal tendency. C, attempted homicide. D, para-suicide. What is our answer? Letter B, suicidal tendency. Walang semi-suicide. Ano yan? Medyo lang. Medyo magpapakamatay lang ako ngayon, ha. Slide lang. Okay, walang ganon. So, letter B. Unsuccessful suicide attempt. 48. A young man was stabbed in the abdomen, develops generalized peritonitis, and died. The peritonitis is D. A, manner of death. B, immediate cause of death. C, proximate cause of death. And D, underlying cause of death. What is our answer? Letter B, immediate cause of death. Yung peritonitis kasi, yan yung sakit or yung yan yung naging komplikasyon niya nung siya ay nasaksak. Nung naging komplikasyon niya yun na yung kinamatay niya. Kaya immediate cause of death. Okay. Yung manner of death, okay, yung manner of death may kinalaman dun sa kung suicide ba yan, homicide ba yan, no? Yun yung manner. Kung paano siya pinatay or paano siya namatay. Yung proximate cause of death naman, parang ganito lang yan, para ma-realize nyo. Proximate cause, yan po yung root cause. Kumbaga, kung bakit nangyari yung pagkamatay niya. For example, umakyat ka sa hagdan ng kaibigan mo, dalawa kayo. Okay. Ngayon, natuwa yung kaibigan mo, tinusok niya ngayon yung puwet mo. Bilang biro, no? Pagtusok niya ng puwet mo, nagulat ka, kaya nalaglag ka ngayon sa hagdan, namatay. Okay. Ang dahilan kung bakit ka namatay, for example, kasi nagkaroon ka ng hemorrhage. Oh. Ano dun yung immediate cause of death mo? Yung hemorrhage. What is the proximate cause? Yung pagtusok ng kaibigan mo. Okay? Kahit hindi yun yung naging intention niya, ang intention niya lang sana tusukin yung puwet mo, pero yun yung punot dulo. No? Okay, so 48, the answer is B. Okay, proximate cause is that cause which sets into motion other causes and which unbroken by an efficient cause produce a felony without which such felony could not have resulted. Okay? He who is the cause of the cause is the cause of the evil cause. Okay? 49. A man was found dead with 2 gunshot wounds on the chest. What will you do to determine if he fired his gun also? What are the evidence could you get to determine the distance of the shooter? A. Collect the clothing and conduct paraffin examination on the victim. B. Conduct paraffin examination on the crime. C. Collect the shells found in the crime. And D. None of the above. A man was found dead with 2 gunshot wounds on the chest, ha? Paano mo daw malalaman kung gumamit din daw siya ng baril? What should you do? Letter? May nagsasagot ng B? May nagsasagot ng A? Okay? May C pa nga eh. O, lahat na sinagot. Letter? Letter A. Collect the clothing and conduct paraffin examination on the victim. Kasi yun naman yung tanong eh. Oh. What will you do to determine if he fired his gun also? What are the evidence could you get to determine the distance of the shooter? Bakit hindi natin sinama ba't hindi yung letter B, ma'am? Conduct paraffin examination on the crime. That is very general. Mismo sa krimen, no? Example, sa crime scene, doon ka maglalagay ng paraffin wax sa sahig. Ganun ba? So, hindi siya possible. Collecting the shells found in the crime. Okay. Dalawa kasi yung tanong, di ba? Paano mo daw malalaman kung bumaril siya at paano mo mapapatunayan yung distance ng shooter? So, ang pinakamagandang gawin, yung clothing, no, i-identify mo kung meron pang mga naiwang gunpowder dyan, no? And also conduct paraffin examination. Dalawa, no? Malalaman mo yung distance, depende kung may mga naiwan pang unburned gunpowder dun sa damit. At on the other hand, malalaman mo din yung idea kung talagang pumutok siya ng baril kung magkakanta ka ng paraffin examination sa kanya. So, the answer is in number 49, alpha. Nasagot niya yung dalawang tanong. 50. This is a visible ring around the hole caused by lead, grease, dirt, and other fouling in the barrel, wiping off the bullet onto the target. A. Bullet wipe. B. Contusion collar. C. All of the above. D, none of the above. Answer, letter B, no? Confusion collar, no? Sige, tingnan natin. Ito yung itsura ng confusion collar or yung tinatawag din nating abrasion collar. No? Yan yung part kung saan pumasok yung bullet natin sa entrance wound. Okay? Na mistulang ring. Malinaw na nakikita yung bullet because of the contusion or abrasion collar. Itong mga nakikita nyo mga maliliit na sunog-sunog na yan, that is tattooing. Ang cause niyan, unburned gunpowder. Tattooing or peppering, parehas lang yan. No? So sa entrance wound versus exit wound, tatandaan nyo yung mga ito. Basta imagine niyo pre, no? Sa entrance wound, pagpasok ng bullet, smooth pa yung butas kadalasan. Yung exit, dahil nandun yung pressure, doon sasabog yung bala. Kumbaga, doon nagiging irregular yung shape. That is why, kadalasan it is bigger, everted, at no definite shape. Absent na din yung abrasion or contusion collar kasi nga hindi na smooth yung pagpasok ng bullet. Doon yung pressure nangyari. Wala na rin gunpowder, wala na rin paraffin testing kasi nga nakikita ang peppering or yung unburned gunpowder usual sa entrance wound. Okay? Okay, so katulad dito, 'di ba? Sa entrance, malinaw pa yung shape, bilog pa. Unlike sa exit, naalanganin na yung itsura. Kadalasan, dyan pa yung area na sugat-sugat na at marami ng dugo. Okay, so tattooing, usually, mangyayari yan if the gun muzzle is 6 to 24 inches from the target and it is caused by the unburned gunpowder, gaya nga nasabi ko. If mas malapit naman, up to 6 inches yung target, dahil sa flame, nagkakaroon tayo ng smudging or blackening. Katulad ng nakikita nyo dito. Or what we also known as singing. Okay. Yan yung kadalasang dahilan, no? Mas malapit, no? Mas makikita natin yung unburned gunpowder. Okay. For example naman, lalo na sa mga homicide cases at gumamit ng baril, ay sa mga suicide cases gumamit ng baril, madalas mo makikita diyang wound ay yung tinatawag nating muzzle stamp or contact wound. Kaya contact kasi dumikit yung muzzle of the gun. No? Bumakat sa mukha. Kung sa mukha man yan or sa ibang parte ng katawan. Okay. 51. Annie, spouse of Buboy, conspires with Charlie to kill Buboy. Charlie as a stranger in the relationship. Charlie killed Buboy with treachery. What is the crime committed by Annie? A. Parricide. B. Murder. C. Infanticide. D. Physical injury. Letter. Si Annie daw, asawa si Buboy. Kasundo si Annie kay Charlie, napatayin si Buboy. Si Charlie ay stranger sa relationship. Kumbaga, hindi siya kilala or no one sa kanilang relasyon. So, pinatay ni Charlie ngayon si Buboy with treachery. Ano ang crime committed by Annie? Sa pakikipag-conspire niya. Letter A, no? Asawa si Annie ni Buboy. No? So, ang crime na na-commit ni Annie ay parricide. Parricide. Tandaan niyo yung IPMA. IPMA. Bago mo sabihin na homicide yan or murder, dapat sundan mo tong pagkakasunod-sunod na to. Una mong tanungin dun sa question, is this infanticide? Andyan ba yung element na ang pinatay less than 3-day-old na bata? If hindi, next mong itanong, if may blood relationship ba dun sa pinatay? For example nun, kay Ani, ang relationship nila mag-asawa, kasal. So, parricide. If, for example, hindi naman siya kapamilya, wala silang blood relationship, saka mo pupunta sa murder. Tanungin mo, may qualified circumstances ba? Katulad nun, yung binigay, treachery. Ha? Pag within 3 days, oo nga pre, yung infanticide, within 3 days old. Yun nga yun eh, less than 3 days old. No, within. So, kung wari, 1 day old. O, 2 day old. As long as hindi pa pumapasok yung 72 hours, infanticide pa din yan. No? So, homicide, ang last mong resort. Kung wala yung mga circumstances na nabanggit kanina, dun pa lang maging homicide. Okay, sige, atin na natin to. 52. Pinong and Nonong engaged in a quarrel and they hack each other. No, nag-away sila, tapos nag-itakan silang dalawa. Pinong survived and Nonong was killed. Si Pinong nabuhay, si Nonong namatay. Thereafter, Pinong dismembered the latter's body in order to conceal the crime. What is the crime committed by Pinong? A. Homicide. B. Murder. C. Parricide. D. Infanticide. O, IPMA. Ulit. O, 3 days old ba si Nonong or si Pinong? May ganun bang facts? Meron ba? Wala. So, hindi na pwedeng infanticide. Next. Nakalagay ba dyan na anak ni Pinong si Nonong or tatay ni Nonong si Pinong? Hindi. So, hindi na din parricide kasi walang blood relationship. Oh. It's either homicide or murder na lang. What the crime committed? Oh, nag-engage into quarrel. So, walang treachery na nangyari, no? Kasi, nag-away sila eh. Pantay, no? Pantay. Kumbaga, fair fight. Oh. Parehas rin silang merong itak. Di ba? Nag-itakan sila. They have each other eh. Oh. Yun nga lang, ang namatay lang talaga dito, si Nonong. Hindi nyo napapansin dito, ano yung ginawa ni Inong after niyang mapatay si Nonong? Ang ginawa niya daw, dinismember niya yung kalaban niya. Ano yung ibig sabihin ng dismembered? Yung concealed tinago. Pero yung dismembered, ano yan? Pinutol-putol niya pre yung katawan. Dismembered. Pag nabasa niyo yan. No? Pinuputol. Chinap-chap niya pre para itago yung crime. Okay. So, hindi na pwede yung homicide. Even though fair kanina yung quarrel nila. Pero at the end, dinismember niya at that is one of the elements, the qualifying elements in murder. Yung tinatawag nating outraging or scuffing of the body of the victim. Okay? Kaya siya naging murder. Pero kung kanina pre, ang tanong lang, no? What was the crime committed by Nonong? Hindi na nilagay yung dismembering of the body. That is homicide. Yun nga lang pinutol-putol niya eh. Chinap-chap niya pa yung katawan. So for number 52, that is B, murder. So maging ano kayo, basahin nyo naman yung ating pangyayari. Isipin nyo nandun kayo dun sa scenario para mag-gets nyo kung anong nangyari. Bago ka magsasagot, pwede mo na i-translate mo sa isip mo sa Tagalog para mas maintindihan mo kung anong nangyari dun sa krimen. Kasi yun talaga yung ano natin dito eh. Yun yung paraan kung paano ka papasa pre.
kung paano ka mag-analyze ng question. Kahit makabisado mo itong lahat, pero hindi ka marunong mag-analyze ng tanong, babagsak at babagsak ka. Okay, kaya I suggest, bukod sa nagre-review kayo, magbasa-basa din kayo ng mga English textbook, mga ganon, yung mga subject-verb agreement, no? Dictionary, thesaurus, no? Yung synonym, antonym ng mga terms, para hindi nyo nakakalimutan. Lalo na dito sa criminology, marami tayong mga tinatawag na jargon. Ano yung jargon? Yung mga sariling terms na ginagamit ng ating kurso. Katulad ng cadaver. Ang cadaver, sa criminology jargon yan, no? Kasi sa iba, ang tawag dyan, deceased, diba? Patay. Or tinatawag ding dead body. Tingnan natin. Talagang nagets na. Pinong killed his child Nono. What is the crime committed according to IPMA? Yung infanticide, parricide, murder, homicide. Anong crime na commit ni Pinong? Pinong killed his child. That is parricide. Very good. Kasi anak niya. Blood relationship. Oh. Pinong killed his illegitimate grandfather. Pinatay ni Pinong ang kanyang grandfather na si Nonong. That is homicide. No? Kasi ang grandfather, illegitimate grandfather, hindi na yan kasama. Mapapasok lang sa legitimacy yung ascendant natin or descendant kapag may kasal. Kaso ang nagamit dito, meron silang blood relationship. Miss, Rubinos ba to? Grandfather niya nga eh. Lolo niya oh. Kaso nga lang may term tayong illegitimate. Mangyayari lang na hindi nagmamatter kung illegitimate or legitimate dun sa tatlo lang. Kay nanay, kay tatay, tsaka kay anak. Kahit anong mangyari dito, long lost tatay mo to, long lost nanay mo, kailan mo lang nalaman na nanay mo siya, pag nagpatayan kayo, matik that is parricide. No? Magmamatter lang ang legitimacy or ang kasal doon na sa yung ascendant, no? Yung mga kamag-anak mo pataas or yung mga kamag-anak mo pababa. Sample yung apo mo, no? Okay, ganun siya. Okay, mamaya pag-uusapan naman natin yan. Ito yung sinasabi ni Ma'am kanina, no? Kay father, mother, child, it doesn't matter kung legitimate or illegitimate, nagpatayan sila parricide. Mangyayari lang ng kailangan ng legitimacy or kasal doon sa other ascendants at saka sa mga descendants or spouse. Sige nga, tingnan nga natin. For example, itong scenario na to. Si Desto, spouse niya si Enya, ibig sabihin kasal. Si Alpina, asawa niya si Bravo, kasal, anak si Charlie. Charlie killed Bravo. Si Charlie, pinatay niya si Bravo. Parricide, homicide. That is parricide, very good. Desto killed Charlie. Si Lola pinatay niya yung kanyang apo. That is parricide, very good. Alfina killed Bravo. Si Alfina pinatay niya yung asawa niyang si Bravo. That is parricide pa din. Paano? Kung may kapatid, for example, si Charlie. May kapatid si Charlie. Kunwari si Junjun. Pinatay ngayon ni Charlie si Junjun. Parricide, homicide? Homicide. Ha? Kasi yung kapatid, tinatawag natin yung collateral, okay, relative. Collateral relative kasi magkapantay lang kayo kumbaga sa family tree nyo. No? So, hindi yan. Next. How about this one? No? Common law spouse si Alpina at Bravo. Ibig sabihin, hindi sila kasal. Question. Charlie killed Bravo. Parricide, homicide? Parricide. Di ba? Dito sa nanay, tatay, anak, matik yan, kahit anong mangyari, kahit hindi sila kasal, that is parricide. O, sige. Desto killed Charlie. O, si Lolo, pinatay si Charlie. Parricide, homicide? O, homicide na to. Kasi, hindi sila kasal. No? O, illegitimate na tinatawag. Next. Alpina killed Bravo. Homicide, parricide? Homicide, parricide? That is homicide. Diba? Kasi hindi sila kasal. Ha? Si Alpina, pinatay si Charlie, parricide. Bravo, pinatay si Charlie, parricide. Pero pag si Alpina at si Bravo, nagpatayan, dahil nga sila ay hindi kasal, magiging parricide. Ma'am, paano po kapag yung asawa ko, pinatay niya, paano po kapag yung asawa ko, pinatay niya yung tatay ko? Kawawa naman. Bakit sila magpapatayan? Huwag naman ganon. No, yun yung sagot. Hindi. Ulitin ko yung tanong. Nasaan na yun? Nawala tuloy. Paano po kapag yung asawa ko, pinatay niya yung tatay ko, di homicide or murder? Depende Kung yung asawa mo, kasal, okay? Ano na rin yan? Parehas na kayo na anak nila. No? Kaya nga kayo kinasal Kumbaga parehas na kayong magiging anak niya. Kaya nga common law, father mo na yon, di ba? Ganon. So that is still parricide. Basta sila ay kasal. Ha? Kasal. Magiging anak na din siya basta kasal. Okay? Okay? Answer na sagot. Okay. Assuming Charlie has a brother and he killed the same, ganun pa din, no? Not a case of parricide. Paano pag example? Ito. For example, si Alpina Bravo, meron silang legally adopted child na si Charlie. Tandaan na, kapag legally adopted yung bata, kahit sabihin mo dumaan sa process at anak nyo na talaga yan sa mata ng batas, pagdating sa parricide, hindi siya parricide. Kailangan may blood relationship. Yun yung mahalaga dito. Ha? So, not a case of parricide pag blood relationship. Okay, question. 53. What is carnal knowledge? A, force. B, intimidation. C, fraudulent machination. And D, sexual intercourse. Answer. For number 53, the answer is letter. But pag ito talaga yung question ko, grabe, walang nagkakamali. Walang nagkakamali talaga. O, tinan mo, perfect. Oh. Perfect talaga. Pag ito yung tanong, no? Kahit saan review center ako pumunta, pag what is carnal knowledge, perfect. No? Kahit na bagong pa lang yan. Napakagaling. Oh. The answer is letter. Kunwari daw si Jerome Bautista, nag-question pa siya, D? Oh, may question mark pa? D? Kunwari daw, wala siyang idea. Okay. Very humble. Tama. Okay. The answer is letter D. Very good. No? Very good talaga kayo pag ito yung tanong. 53, delta. Okay, dito tayo kay rate. No? Article 266A ng ating revised penal code. Okay. Tanda na ang rape, that is a crime against person na, hindi na yan crimes against chastity. Hindi katulad dati. Nabago na. Punta tayo dito. Ito may changes na dito, no? Lagi ko nakakalimutan tong palitan, sorry. Hindi na po 60. 12 ba? 16 na. Ayan. Sige. First part, yung tinatawag nating rape by sexual intercourse. Mangyayari lang yung sexual intercourse kapag babae-lalaki. Kaya nga, carnal knowledge, no? Intercourse kailangan babae at lalaki. Okay? So, sa rape, pwede siyang mangyari into 4 circumstances. Ito yung mga elements, no? Katulad na nakikita natin ngayon. Yung through force, threat, or intimidation. Pwedeng when the offended party is deprived of reason or otherwise unconscious. Pwede din naman by means of fraudulent machination or grave abuse of authority. And if the person or the offended party is under 16, hindi na 12 ba? 16. 16. Age or is demented, even though none of the circumstances mentioned above be present. Isa-isayin natin ha. Ibig sabihin pre, yung rape, hindi naman necessary na gawin mo to lahat ng sabay-sabay. No? Pwedeng isa-isa lang. No? Pwedeng through force, threat, or intimidation lang, tinakot mo, no? Sinaktan mo, in-intimidate mo. Okay? Or, pwede din naman yung binetchin mo, no? Nag-iinuman kayo, natuwa ka, syempre, pag may alak, may balak, binetchin mo ngayon. Nakatulog. Nung nakatulog, kinuha mo yung opportunity na yon para magawa yung mga may timong plano. Still, that is still rape, no? Kahit hindi naman siya ng laban, tulog siya nun. Okay. Pwede din naman fraudulent machination or grave abuse of authority. For example, teacher ka niya, sabihin mo na ipapasa kita, mag-sex lang tayo, or pwedeng fraudulent machination din, yung sasabihin mo, makipagtali ka na sa akin. Kasi kapag pumayag ka, pakakasalan naman kita. So, gumagawa ka ng mga kung ano-anong pangako, pwede din yung pumasok sa rape, no? Okay, fraudulent machination. Kung ano-anong mga pang-uuto yung gagamitin mo. And ito yung last, no? Ito yung bago, no? Yung 11648. RA 11648. Bagong-bagong batas. Okay? RA 11648, from under 12 years old, magiging below 16 na. From 12, no? Below 12 to below 16. Ibig sabihin, kung below 16 years old, halimbawa 15, lumawa ka ngayon pre ng senior high. No? Kasi mahilig ka sa kiddie meal. For example lang, sumota ka ng 15. Dahil mahal na mahal ka ng iyong baby girl, binigay niya buong puso't kaluluwa. Pag nalaman yun ng nanay niya, pwede ka pa rin kasuhan ng rape kahit gusto ng bata. Ha? Kaya mag-iingat kayo sa mga plano niyo, mga pare, yung mga tirador ng high school, sabi ni Biliasis, kasi rape pa din yun. Ha? 15 years old, 15 and a half years old, rape pa din. Ha? Kahit yung magsi-16 na, hanggat di pumapalo yan, ng 16 years old, rape. Ha? Kaya mag-iingat po kayo, hindi po tamang jumowa ng sobrang bata. Okay? Para kayong ano niyan. Okay, second part naman ng rape is rape by sexual assault. Talaga naman, ang chat box talaga pag rape yung topic, di ko alam, masyadong buhay. No, kanina pa letter A lang yung mga reply, A, B, B, C, C lang, ganun lang, dead pa lang ako. Pero ngayon talagang may active, no? May ha-ha-ha. Favorite subject pa, sabi ni Rubinos. Okay, second part, rape by sexual assault. Siyempre, lahat ng sex na hindi ginagawa ng babae, hindi naman sa hindi ginagawa ng babae at lalaki, pero hindi ginagamitan ng sexual organs ng babae at lalaki, that is sexual assault. Pinasok yung talong dun sa babae. Sexual assault. Na? Kahit daliri, pwede ring dila. No. That is still rape by sexual assault. Ha? Malinaw na sinasabi dyan. Hindi kailangan na yung genitalia ng lalaki or ng babae ang magsama. Okay? So, inserting penis into the person's mouth or anal orifice. Okay? So, si penis, si Junjun, pinasok sa bibig, sa puwet. Yan. Rape by sexual assault. So, in short, ang rape natin, hindi na lang yan nakukomit ng lalaki. Malinaw yan, ha? Ang rape, hindi na lang po lalaki ang nakakakomit. Pwede na pong kahit anong sexuality. Okay? Impas, mga bakla. Ay, huwag kayong ganyan, ha? Huwag kayong ganyan. So, may mga ganun talagang instances. Okay? Instruments. Yan. Tandaan tong ano, ha? 11648. Yung sa statutory rape, binabaan na yan. Yan yung tinatawag nating statutory rape. Ngayon po, ang statutory rape na natin ay to all ages below 16. Malinaw, below 16. So hanggat di pumapatak ng 16 years old, rape. Okay. Next na natin, masyado na kayong active. Tingnan mo, pag napunta na naman kami sa drugs, dead man na naman itong mga taong ko sa akin. 54. Investigating a crime which place is it most likely possible for suspect to leave physical evidence. A, suspect's house. B, place of arrest. C, crime scene. D, hideout. What is the answer? The answer is letter. Di ba sabi ko sa inyo eh. Letter na lang ngayon yung sagot. Wala nang nag-atubiling mag-complete ng words, di ba? Talaga naman. Crime scene, Charlie, di ba? So, crime scene is also known as the treasure island in criminal investigation. Treasure island kasi nga lahat po ng mga physical evidence doon natin nakita. Okay? 55. The Philippines is susceptible to piracy attacks because A, of lack of Coast Guard personnel, B, of Chinese fishermen, South China Sea, C, of its archipelagic nature, and D, of its lack of ships. Answer. Letter C. Archipelagic nature ang ating bansa kasi nga pinalilibutan tayo ng katubigan. Yun yung ibig sabihin ng archipelago, no? Archipelagic nature. Okay, tandaan niyo lang sa piracy, no? Mahagit lang. Piracy, ibig sabihin lang yan, imagine niyo lang yung elements ng robbery. Yun nga lang nangyari sa tubig. Yun lang yun. Ano ba yung elements ng robbery? O kailangan may stolen property, merong violence or intimidation, force, very good, apantings, pwede din. Pero yun nga lang, nangyari siya sa katubigan. Yun ang piracy. Ha? 56. What is the defense in criminal case for rape wherein the accused says that he and supposed rape victim are sweethearts and therefore sexual intercourse was consensual between two of them? Ayan, yung paboritong lusot ng mga taong nang-rape ng bata. Di ba? Yan eh. Kaya binabaan yung statutory rape because of this alibay eh. Letter A, very good. No? Alibi is known as the weakest evidence. Kung ang alibi ang weakest evidence, ano po ang strongest evidence? Ha? Kung ang alibi ang weakest, ano ang strongest? Prima facie. Ha? Prima facie evidence. Ang strongest evidence, ang weakest ay alibi. Okay? 54. 57 rather. This most commonly described biologists and serologists who work in crime lab, who identify and type dried blood stains, other body fluids, and DNA. Other work with hairs and fibers as well as identify and compare botanical specimens such as wooden plants. Which one is described? A, botany, B, forensic biology, C, plant remains analysis, and D, fossil analysis. What is the answer? Answer, letter B, no? Forensic biology, no? Saan ginamit, no? Bloodstain work in crime lab. Kahit hindi sinabi dito na ginagamit sa law enforcement, but makikita niyo dito yung term na crime lab. Okay? Okay, tingnan natin, no? Anong science ang ginagamit natin kadalasan to identify race, sex, age, and skeletal remains? Anong science ang ginagamit natin when it comes to tracing race, sex, age of skeletal remains? Anyone? That is forensic anthropology. No? Tandaan nyo, pag ginamitan na natin ng science into law enforcement, doon natin nilalagyan ng salitang forensic. Pero yung science itself, kung wala naman dun sa question na ginamit for court or law enforcement, ang sagot lang natin yung science. Katulad nito, race, sex, age, skeletal remains, that is anthropology. Pero pag ginamit na into crime scene investigation, to court proceedings, papasok si forensic anthropology. Dental features, yan yung sinasabi nyo, forensic odontology. Okay? Okay. Insects. Anong science yan? Study of insects. Ha? Insects? Entomology. How about blood and other bodily fluids? That is what? Serology. Yeah. The detection and identification of poisons. A. Bacteriology. B. Toxicology. C. Posology. D. Chemistry. The answer is very good. Toxicology. Posology, yan po yung science in identifying drugs and its proper dosage. No? Siyempre, may pag-aaral sa drugs. But kung gusto natin malaman kung ano yung proper dosage, that is posology. 59. The use of anthropological principles and techniques in criminal investigation is under the purview of what? Okay, forensic odontology, chemistry, anthropology, entomology. Letter C, anthropology. Yan po ang anthropology, ang birth niyan, nagsimula lahat yan yung sa anthropometry ni Comparing Bertillon. No? Yun ang lolo niyan, anthropology. 60. Which of the following is the least effective method in identifying complete charred cadaver? A. Fingerprint. B. Skeletal identification or forensic anthropology. C. Serology. D. Forensic odontology. Ano ang least effective? Nako, the answer is letter A. Nako pare, no? Talaga naman. Bakit may sumasagot ng letter D? Ang tanong least, no? Ang odontology, yan yung best. Least, ibig sabihin yung pinaka hindi natin gagamitin kapag charred cadaver, sunog, di ba? Wala ka na makikitang fingerprint dun, sunog na nga eh, wala nang balat, di ba? May chances pa yung dugo kasi hindi naman lahat ng sunog na katawan, parang ano lang yan. Kumakain kayo ng manok, di ba? Na inihaw. Tama? Para masarap pa ngayong lunch. Yung inihaw na manok, minsan kahit naluto na yung labas, may dugo pa din sa loob. Tama? Ganon din yung mga nasunog na katawan. Ha? So the answer is A. Kasi usually, ang unang nasusunog, syempre yung balat. No? Yan yung outermost. Di ba? Ulam daw ni Abdul. Perfect. 61. What characteristic of blood or blood stain would determine the direction and escape of the victim or assailant? A. Shape. B. Color. C. Amount. D. None of the above. Answer, letter A. Shape. Diba? Yan yung ginagawa natin. Ina-identify natin yung shape. Lalo na yung direction. No? Yung droplets ng dugo. No? Okay. 62. Blood type and DNA of the victim in crime scene can be taken from A. Angle of impact. B. Blood spatter. C. Blood sample. D. Blood droplets. Blood type and DNA of the victim. Letter C. Yung blood spatter, yan yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina. Itong direction and escape of the assailant. Yung blood stain, na nakita natin, kaya mahalaga yung shape kasi pinag-uusapan natin yung spatter. No? Paano kumalat yung dugo? Malalaman natin saan nagsimula yung, kunwari kung hinampas siya, pinupok siya. Pero ang tinatanong kasi dito, gusto natin malaman yung blood type at DNA. So ang kailangan lang natin dyan ay sample. No? Sample. Galing doon sa victim. 63. The main body of the hair composed of elongated and fusiform spindle-shaped cells. The main body of the hair composed of elongated and fusiform spindle-shaped cells. A. Medulla. B. Cuticle. C. Cortex. D. All of the above. What is the answer? Letter? Wala na sumasagot. Letter? Letter D. All of the above. Lahat po yan ay parts ng hair. Parts yan ng shaft. Diba? So, kung parts yan ng shaft, yan yung buong body. Diba? So, titignan natin yung hairs and fibers. Yan. Ito yung shaft. Yung mismong hair. Ang parts niyan, yung internal niyan, yung cortex, medulla, and cuticle. So, ang sagot dito, all of the above. Kasi, yan yung part ng hair. Okay? So, yung cortex natin, yan po yung nagme-maintain ng pigment, ng kulay, ng melanin. Medulla, core of hair, yan yung pinakagitna. Cuticle, yan po yung outer layer. Cuticle, yan yung outer layer. Again, cortex, yan yung nagpo-produce ng pigmentation. Okay? Medulla, yan yung pinakagitna. Okay? So, the entire length of the hair, yan yung shaft. Okay? Part of the hair under the skin is the root. Shaft. Yung dulo na makikita niyong parang puti, yan yung root. Okay? 64. Protein-rich structure around the medulla that contains pigment. O, kakasabi ko lang, ano yung may pigment? That is our answer. Cortex. Very good. $65. Natural fiber is one of those two broad classification of fibers for purposes of forensic examination, and other is yung isa daw na makukuha mo for forensic examination is natural fibers. Anong tawag dun sa isa? Anong kabaliktaran ng natural? Man-made. Di ba? Kabaliktaran ng natural, man-made. Di ba? 66. Under standard composition of SOCO team, which among the following is not a SOCO member? Team leader, intelligence personnel, photographer or photographic log recorder, sketcher, and evidence recorder. Ano ang hindi dito? That is intelligence personnel. Andun na nga eh. Intelligence personnel siya. Hindi siya part ng SOCO. No? Sa crime scene ng SOCO. Okay? Code of Sanitation was promulgated and signed during the time of Code of Sanitation was signed off. Sinong presidente ang pumirma nito? Andyan na nga, PD 856. Matik si Marcos. Anong BBM? Bago lang si BBM. Hindi si BBM. Yung tatay niya yan, Ferdinand Marcos. PD 856. Under 856, disposal of dead bodies should be done as provided by Section 95 of PD 856, Chapter 1 of 856, Both A and C? None of the above. Answer. Letter D. None of the above. Kasi ang disposal of dead bodies ay makikita sa PD 856 under Chapter 21. Okay? PD 856 under Chapter 81, Disposal of Dead Person. Kaya, ano yung disinterment? Ha? Yung disinterment, for example, patay ka na, may patay na, kukunin na yung boto, kumbaga, ilalabas doon sa kanyang nicho. Okay. Removal, very good, no? So under section 92, no, ng PD 856, kailan pwede natin i-disinterment? Di ba minsan meron tayong tinatawag na apartment? Di ba? Yung apartment na pag hindi nyo afford bumili ng lupa, ang nangyayari, mag-a-apartment yung patay. Doon dinalagay. So kailan pwedeng tanggalin ng may-ari ng apartment yung nicho, yung mismong patay, yung buto. Okay. So permission to disinter remains of person who died of non-dangerous communicable diseases may be granted after a burial of 3 years. 3 years. 3 years after nun, pwede nang tanggalin. Okay? Pero kunwari, meron siyang dangerous diseases, 5 years. Okay? Pag may sakit, 5 years. Pero kung normal lang naman na namatay, natural death, 3 years. Okay? Hindi kasama dito yung COVID, ha? Yung COVID kasi sinusunog na. So, wala na yon. Okay? So, permission may be granted by the local health authority. And also, short period of time, kunwari 2 years lang, 1 year lang, gusto niya na disinterment, kailangan po ng permission galing sa regional director ng DOH. Kung shorter period of time. Section 95, ang autopsy shall be performed by, ito sinabi ko na to kanina, it can be conducted whenever required by special law upon orders of a competent court, mayor, provincial fiscal, upon written request of police authorities, and whenever a solicitor general, provincial, or city fiscal shall deem it necessary to disinter and take possession of the remains for examination to determine the cause of death. No? Mangyayari lang yung autopsy kung may reasonable grounds, lalo na kung may kasong ini-investigate. Or whenever the nearest kin shall request in writing the authorities concerned to ascertain the cause of death. 69. These are major services of NBI except A. Intelligence, B. Crime Lab, C. Special Investigator, D. Administrative. Ano yung hindi trabaho dito ng NBI? Letter C. Special Investigator. Binibigay po ito ng mga private investigation agency natin. Yung mga special investigator. No? Sa mga private security agency. Doon ka makakuha ng special investigator. Kung feeling mo may kabit yung asawa mo, gusto mo ng special investigator para malaman kung may kabit talaga siya, no? Doon ka kukuha. Hindi po sa NBI. What law created National Bureau of Investigation? RA 157, created NBI, enacted June 19, 1947, and later recognized by RA 2678. Okay, autopsies can be conducted by Nasagot na natin ito kanina. Letter C. All of the above. And medical team. Okay, so let's have our break. No, balik tayo ng 1. Okay. Lunch muna kayo. So question number 71 na tayo. Okay. Ayan. Which of the following is not a responsibility of the first responder in a crime scene? The answer is Charlie. Bakit Charlie? Hindi po trabaho ni first responder ang mag-assume ng crime scene. O ibig sabihin mag-process ng crime scene. Trabaho po yan ng SOCO team. So the answer is 71. Yan po ang hindi. He must cordon, no, assure na maayos or hindi makontaminate yung or masira yung mismong crime scene. Yun yung trabaho ni first responder. Maiwasan na may mga taong sumira ng crime scene, but still hindi po siya ang mag-a-assume ng responsibility doon. 72. Who is the father of toxicology? The answer is Paracelsus, no? Siya po ang ancient mga men behind medicine. Si Paracelsus po ang father of toxicology. Kay Herodotus sa historian, si Hippocrates sa medicine, no? Kaya nga meron tayong Hippocrates oath, di ba? So 72, bravo. 73. Documentation includes taking photograph of crime scene, taking notes, sketching, and use of videograph and voice recorder. Documentation means A, taking remembrance of the crime scene, B, putting the crime scene into a record, taking a photograph of the crime scene, and D, answer not given. What is the answer? Answer? Letter B. Okay. Putting the crime scene into record. No, hindi naman yung purpose niyan is for remembrance. No? Yung dugo, remembrance, no? Okay, so B. 73B. So natin magkaroon tayo ng record for future reference. 74. What is the prominent feature distinguishing male skeleton from female skeleton? A, teeth, B, skull, C, femur, D, pelvic bone. The answer is letter D, pelvic bone, no? Pelvic bone yung sa may hips yan, 'di ba? Yan yung bone na kadalasang paraan para malaman natin kung babae o lalaki yung skeleton. But for example, ang nakuha lang natin ay ang kanyang skull. Actually, yung skull pa lang, malalaman mo na kung babae o lalaki. Lalo na dun sa may eye socket, pag medyo bilog, babae. Pag squarer, lalaki. Pero pag sa isang skeleton, yung buo pa yung features, pelvic bone, kasi malaki yung butas ng pelvic bone ng babae dahil nga nanganganak. So dun pa lang makikita mo na. 75. The duration of death can be determined by the following factors except. The duration of death can be determined by following factors except. Ano yung hindi daw makakapag-determine ng duration of death? A. Presence of rigor mortis. B. Onset decomposition. C. Presence of postpartum lividity. Or D. Stage of digestion of food in stomach. The answer is, syempre D. No? Kahit buhay na tao, may digestion of the food. So, kung ang pinag-uusapan natin ay gut estimates, hindi po yan kasama. Okay? So, 4 hours ang tinatagal ng pagkain sa stomach. Kaya after 4 hours, kadalasan nagugutom yung tao. Yun yung reason na. 4 na oras. Okay, 76. Drugs which produce insensibility, stupor, melancholy, and dullness of the mind with delusions. The answer is? Okay? With delusions. Delusions, the answer is narcotics, Charlie. Yung sinasabi yung hallucination sa hallucinogen yan. Magkaibang delusion sa hallucination. Okay. So drugs are any chemical active substance rendering specific effects on the central nervous system. Okay. So kahit anong klaseng effect, no, pwedeng physical, pwedeng psychological effect, no? Pwede. That is drugs. Basta chemical substance. Pwedeng natural, pwedeng artificial, pwede. Okay? Another term for drug addiction? Ano kasi ang other term for drug addiction? Drug use, drug pushing, tolerance, or drug dependence? The answer is letter D. No? Drug dependence po ang other term for drug addiction. Actually, mas ginagamit na po natin yan ngayon, yung drug dependence. Characterized by the compulsion to use drug to experience psychological or physical effects despite of deterioration in health, work, and social activities. No? Mas ina-apply na po natin yung term na drug dependence kaysa kay drug addiction nowadays. Okay? Okay, next. Sa dangerous drugs, at kung titingnan natin, no, meron tayong 3 major kinds, like yung mga depressants, stimulants, and hallucinogens. Okay, yung other categories, kumbaga, part pa rin siya nung tatlo, but still, meron siyang specialization, kumbaga, lalo na sa batas. No? Yung mga downers natin, these are usually the depressants. O, ano ibig sabihin ng depressants? Ibig sabihin, nakaka-relax or nakaka-drowsy. O, ano yung ibig sabihin? Nakakaantok. No? Stimulants, ito naman yung, from the word itself, stimuli or uppers, elevate, alert, di ba? No, nag-i-increase ng ating heart rate. Hallucinogens or psychedelics naman, ibig sabihin nito, merong perceptual alteration. No? May mga distortion ng ating senses, no? Kaya ka na-high. Okay. Pag sinabi natin perceptual alteration, this is the perception of stimuli which does not exist. No? Meron kang nakikitang bagay na wala naman. Meron kang nararamdaman na wala naman. Nag-hallucinate ka. No? Magkaiba sila illusion. Kasi yung term na illusion, mas madalas natin ginagamit niyan sa art. Yung mga false interpretation of stimuli. Ibig sabihin, may stimuli, yun nga lang, iba yung nai-interpret ng iyong isip. Halimbawa, no, nakakakita ka ng mga photos na gumagalaw, no? That is an illusion. Sige nga, so pag sinabi nating stimulant, that is uppers. Depressant, downers. Hallucinogen, mga psychedelics. Okay. Cold turkey may be experienced because of the sudden cessation of Alcohol abuse, marijuana abuse, abuse of methamphetamine hydrochloride, or all of the foregoing? Answer. Letter D. All of the foregoing. Pag sinabi mong cold turkey, we are talking about withdrawal. So kahit anong klaseng abuse at makakaramdam ka ng kabaliktaran ng effect na nararamdaman mo pag ginagamit mo yung abuse, yung bagay or droga na ina-abuse mo, that is cold turkey. Pwedeng alcohol, marijuana, shabu, no? That is cold turkey, withdrawal. 77. Drugs which produce insensibility, stupor, nasabi ko na to kanina. Number 77 is letter C. Okay, narcotics. 78. Drugs that produce perceptual alteration, varying emotional change through disruption, ego distortion. Ano yan? Tranquilizers, stimulants, hallucinogen, or depressant. That is very good, no? Hallucinogen, no? Kasi yung mga depressants natin, itong tranquilizer, part yan ng mga depressant, no? Depressants can be antihistamine, analgesics. Analgesics yung mga painkillers na ginagamit natin. Example din yan, yung mga paracetamol, no? Tranquilizers, okay, pampatulog. So, ang analgesic, ito yung mga bagay na, or mga gamot na relieves pain. Sample nga yung kanina, yung paracetamol. Okay. Pwede yun yung mga non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. Okay? And narcotics. So, under ng analgesic, yung narcotic. No? Pangit lang yung interpretation natin sa narcotics, lalo na, di ba, may mga movies na napapanood, ang title pa, Narcos. Kasi mas ginagamit yung term na narcotics sa illegal drugs. Pero still, mga narcotics are painkillers. Opioid. Ano yung opioid? Opioid means to make numb. No? Example niyan, mga narcotics ay galing sa opium poppy plant na merong chemical name na Papaver somniferum. No? So, si Papaver somniferum o yung opium poppy, pag kinuha mo yung juice niyan, that is what we call opium. That literally means teardrop. Kung makikita niyo yung halaman, di ba? Para siyang may teardrop. Yung liquid na yan, that is yung opium. Okay, that is a painkiller. No? Meron yung mga derivative. Ano yung derivative? Mga gamot na nanggaling sa opium. Okay, kumbaga, mayroong certain portion ng opium na ginamit. Okay, example, yung morphine or the principium somniferum. Okay, galing po ang salitang morphine sa Morpheus. Morpheus is a Greek god of dreams. Okay, so, dati, nung World War, uso pa yung World War, ginagamit po ang morphine as painkiller sa ating mga soldiers. No? But eventually, yun nga lang, na-addict yung mga soldiers sa morphine. Hindi lang soldiers, maraming tao sa morphine. Kasi nga, meron siyang nakaka-addict na chemical part. Diba? So, di nagtagal, nag-isip sila kung paano gagamutin yung mga taong na-addict sa morphine. Ang ginawa nila, pinakuluan nila yung morphine, tapos yung nakuha nilang liquid doon, naging heroin, yung diacetyl morphine. Si morphine tuloy ngayon, imbis na gamutin yung mga tao na na-addict sa morphine, ang nangyari, mas na-addict sila sa heroin kasi ito pala yung strongest of all opium derivatives. At higit sa lahat, si heroin lang yung opium derivative na walang medical use. Wala siyang kwenta, kumbaga. Ang makukuha mo lang sa kanya, nakaka-high. Okay? Ilan pa sa mga opium derivative yung codeine? Codeine, kasama yan sa halo ng cough syrup. No? Cough syrup yung iniinom natin kapag tayo ay may ubo. Example, yung Solmux. Diba? Pero, maliit na lang yung percent ng opium juice yan. Kaya nga, codeine na lang siya. No? Konti na lang. Okay. So, anong pinagkaiba ng salitang opioid sa opiate? Opioid, ibig sabihin nun, other term for narcotics. While opiate, ito yung mga opium derivatives. No? In short, opioid equals narcotics, opiate is equals to derivative. Lahat ng mga gamot or mga drugs na galing sa opium. Like morphine, codeine, at saka heroin. Okay. Ang chemical name ng morphine, again, Principium somniferum, at ang nakadiscover niya si Friedrich Serturner, while si heroin naman, diacetylmorphine, na ang nakadiscover si Alder Wright. 79. What is the original component of heroin and morphine? The answer is letter. Very good. Opium. No? Which is a depressant. Ulitin ko lang narcotic depressant. Under ng depressant ang narcotic. Ibig sabihin, nakaka-depress, nakaka-calm ng nervous system. Caffeine, ito ay, this is a upper stimulant. Okay? O ganun din yung methamphetamine, stimulant. 80. What is the most powerful derivative of papaver somniferum which has no medical value? Answer. C. Letter. Ano yung walang medical value? C. Heroin, di ba? Okay. Wala tong medical value. Opium, morphine, still, this is opium derivative. Cocaine is a stimulant. 81. What is the trade name of the sedative hypnotic drug benzodiazepine, which is used as long-acting sleeping pill, which peaks at 1 to 2 hours after ingestion and falls after 16 to 35 hours? Answer. Okay, the answer is letter. Pare, ang answer dito ay all of this. Lahat po ito ay may kinalaman sa mga sleeping pills, no? Mga pampatulog. Valium, Xanax, Rohypnol, lahat po yan ay drugs pampatulog. Okay? So, meron din tayong mga tinatawag na mga truth serum o yung mga drugs na tinatawag nating may psychoactive effect. Okay. Ano yung mga yon? Such as ethanol, scopolamine, flunitrazepam, at saka sodium thiopental. Ito yung mga drugs back then nung dati hindi pa to kasi illegal, no? Pag nagkakandak ng interrogation, ginagamitan nila ng truth serum. Okay? Mga drugs na nakaka-high. At ang magiging effect nun, mas aamin ka. Kumbaga, magsasabi ka ng information. Kaya nga number 1 dyan, ethanol. Ethanol is alcohol. Eh, iba, nilalasing muna. Di ba? Para makakuha ka ng information. So, isa sa ginagamitan ng sodium thiopental na nakaka-antok, no, is yung lethal injection. meron po tayong tatlong parts sa lethal injection in sequential order or pagkakasunod-sunod. Una nating ine-administer sa lethal injection yung sodium thiopental or the pentobarbital. Ito yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina na nakakaantok, no? Where the subject will be unconscious pag nilagay sa'yo. After kang patulugin, ang sunod na ibibigay sa'yo yung panchromium bromide that will relax your muscle para magkaroon ka ng tinatawag na paralysis. No? Hindi ka na makakagalaw. Saka pa lang susundan nung last na gamot, which is yung potassium chloride that will stop your heartbeat. Huh? Okay, 82. This is an example of anesthetic. A, chloroform. B, laughing gas. C, nitrous oxide. D, all of the above. Answer. Anesthetic. What is anesthetic? Ito yung mga tinatawag nating anesthesia. No? So, ang chloroform, laughing gas, nitrous oxide, those are example of anesthesia. Yung mga iba, ini-inhale. Yung iba naman, through injection. No? Pangmanhid, very good. No? So, the temporary loss of sensation and awareness, anesthetic. 83. Drugs that is commonly used by athletes having properties of increasing stamina and or energy. Diacetylmorphine, methylene dioxide, ecstasy, anabolic steroid. The answer is letter D, anabolic steroid. Naririnig naman natin yan, di ba? Para mag-increase or lumaki yung muscle, gumagamit ng steroids. Okay? At totoo yung totoo yung haka-haka or yung mga biruan na nakakaliit siya ng junjun. Ha? So kapag nakita niyo yun na talaga bang side effect siya ng tawag dito ng steroid, that is true. No? Nakakaliit talaga siya. Kaya nga nakakabaog ang steroid. Okay? Side effect niya talaga yun. Ma'am, ask ko lang po kapag nasobrahan po ba niya namamatay din po or hindi? Okay. Isa sa side effect ng steroid, no? Nakakapang-init siya ng ulo. No? Kaya nga, yung ibang nag-take ng steroids, lalo na yung mga nagta-transition, mga babae na umiinom nito, tapos gustong maging lalaki. Yung iba ang nagiging effect nila, nagiging magagalitin. Okay? Kasi nakakainit siya ng ulo. So, kung increase siya ng stamina, energy, nakakabilis din po siya ng heartbeat. Yes po, nakakamatay rin siya pag nasobrahan. Kaya hindi ito basta-basta pwedeng i-take, no? Nakakamatay po siya. Okay? '84. Illegal drugs modified molecularly by chemists to circumvent legal restrictions. A, amphetamine. B, ecstasy. C, designer drugs. D, methamphetamine. Answer. Letter C, no? Designer drugs. Okay, mga designer drugs natin, ito yung mga tinatawag din nating party drugs. No? Yung hindi masyadong halata, yung iba ginagawa nilang candy, no? Para hindi masyadong, kaya nga, this is modified para hindi mapansin pagdating sa mga legal restriction. Kadalasan, nagmimistula lang yung iba, gummy bears, no? Designer drugs yon, party drugs. Okay? Amphetamine is a stimulant, no? Ecstasy, ganun din. And methamphetamine. So, yan okay, known as synthetic drugs. 85. One of the most abused hallucinogen drugs in the Philippines that contain active component known as tetrahydrocannabinol. A. Mescaline. B. Psilocybin. C. Ecstasy. D. Marijuana. The answer is very good. No, marijuana. Tetrahydrocannabinol. Marijuana to. No? Chemical name. Okay? Tetrahydrocannabinol is marijuana. Okay? Si mescaline, psilocybin, parehas po yung mga hallucinogen. Ha? Si ecstasy, this is a stimulant. Okay? So, commonly abused drugs in the world, marijuana. Commonly abused dangerous drugs in the Philippines is shabu. No? Pero pagdating sa dangerous drugs, pagdating sa mga hallucinogen, marijuana din sa Philippines. Ha? Okay. Widely used drug depressant is alcohol o yung ethanol. No? The mother or king of all drugs, alcohol. '86. What is the most powerful derivative from papaver somniferum which has no medical value? A. Opium, heroin, morphine, cocaine. O, kakasabi lang nito, no? The answer is letter D, heroin. 87. Commercially produced drugs that may be purchased legally without prescription. A. Prescription drugs. B. Herbal. C. Over-the-counter drugs. D. Illicit drugs. Okay, ano yung mga commercially produced drugs? The answer is C. No? Hindi na kailangan ng prescription o yung tinatawag nating reseta. Kaya nga prescription, kailangan ng reseta. No? Illicit, other term for illegal. Okay? 88. Which of the following is not a symptom of use of marijuana? Wakefulness, bloodshot eye, dry mouth and throat, altered sense of time and or disorientation. Saan daw dito ang hindi symptom ng marijuana? Marijuana is what? Hallucinogen. O, saan lang ba dito yung hindi effect ng hallucinogen? Ha? Letter A. Kasi ang A, yan ay effect ng stimulant pre. Wakefulness. Diba? Uppers na, diba? Okay? So, yan ang hindi effect and symptoms ng marijuana. 89. The Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002. A. RA 6425. B. EO 206. C. RA 9165. D. EO 218. Letter C. Very good, no? Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act is RA 9165. Ang EO 218, yan yung strengthening the support mechanism of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. Kaya tinutulungan tayo ng iba't ibang law enforcement agency sa paglaban sa droga. 6425, yan naman yung old law pagdating sa dangerous drugs. No? So, ang bago, yun yung RA 9165. Okay. Pagdating naman sa PD 124, ang tandaan nyo yan, yan yung National Drug Abuse and Control Week. Ginaganap tuwing 2nd or 3rd week ng November. What is an interdepartment agency?
that enforce and carry out law against illegal drugs? A. Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. B. Bureau of Drugs. C. K. Dangerous Drugs Board. D. Food and Drug Administration. Okay, ito ay tricky question, no? Ang tanong kasi interdepartment, no? Pero ang sagot dito DDB. Bakit DDB? Interdepartment. Ang Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, from the word itself, no, siya ay isang agency. No, hindi siya yung department. Yung department na nag-handle ng mga batas, enforcement ng illegal drugs, DDB. Under ng DDB, tingnan nyo to ang DDB, under ng DDB is yung ating PIDEA. Sila yung law enforcement agency. Kaso ang tanong, no, kung babalikan natin, interdepartment. Okay? Under ng office ng president, ang department under that is DDB. No? The policy making body. Okay. So it is headed by a secretariat with 17 members, no? Yung tatlo ay permanent member appointed by the president, one chairman, ang rank ay secretary, 2-member rank with undersecretary, two members na may secretary, undersecretary rank, rather. Okay. Yung 2 regular members, yun yung isa, dapat ay President of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, and the other one is the chairman or president of NGO involved in dangerous drugs campaign. Yung another 17, okay, ay yung mga ex officio members na galing sa iba't ibang department ng government. Ang tanong, ang permanent consultant ba na Director of NBI at Chief PNP kasama sa 17 members? Yes or no? Kasama ba ang dalawang permanent consultant sa 17 members? Yes or no? No. No. Ha? Hindi kasama sila sa 17. Consultant sila, hindi sila members. Ibig sabihin, kahit anong mangyari, consultant na si Director of NBI at Chief PNP ng DDB. No? Kasama na sila. Okay? They are not members ng 17. Hindi sila pasok dito sa 17. Kaya kung titingnan nyo, 3 yung permanent members, 2 yung regular members, at 12 yung ex officio members. Diba? Hiwalay doon yung director ng NBI at saka chief of PNP. Kaya hindi sila kasama again doon sa 17 members. Malinaw yan na. Ang kasama lang sa 17 members yung the 3 permanent members, 2 regular members at 12 ex officio members na galing sa iba't ibang department ng government. Yung dalawang to, yung permanent consultant, hiwalay sila. Okay? Okay, so PIDEA is the implementing arm. Okay? PIDEA Academy, responsible sa training. And then, DOH, oversee and monitor rehabilitation. Okay. So si PIDEA, Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, it is headed by a Director General with the rank of Undersecretary, appointed by the President. Meron siyang dalawang Deputy Director General for Operation at Administration. Ang kanilang rank is Assistant Secretary at saka pareha silang Assistant Secretary. PIDEA Academy, it is headed by a superintendent, appointed by PIDEA Director General. Sige nga, who are the permanent consultant of DDB? Yan yung
Again, Chief PNP and Director General ng NBI. Implementing arm of DDB, yan yung PIDEA. Diba? Policy making and strategy formulating body, yan yung DDB. Diba? Yan yung DDB. Oh, sino naman yung magpahala sa recruitment and training? Yan yung PIDEA Academy. Oh, sino yung taga-monitor na rehabilitation program? Si DOH. Oh, ang head ng Dangerous Drugs Board, yan yung tinatawag nating chairman. Head ng PIDEA, yan yung Director General with the rank of Under Secretary. Head ng PIDEA Academy, yan yung Superintendent. At sino yung nag-a-appoint sa Superintendent ng PIDEA? Si, the Director General of PIDEA na may rank na, anong rank niya? Under Secretary. Ano ang chain of custody under Section 21 ng RA 9165 ng drugs? Okay? Apprehending team shall physically inventory and photograph what? So, doon pa lang, sa paghuli pa lang, kailangan na nilang i-inventory. Doon rin sa area kung saan nila hinuli. Okay. After nilang ma-inventory yan, sunod nilang gagawin, isasubmit nila sa PIDEA Lab within 24 hours, kailangan maglabas ng Certification of Forensic Lab Exam. Okay. After filing a criminal case, the court shall conduct an ocular inspection doon sa nakuhang droga within 72 hours. So after magkaroon ng ocular inspection ng court, sunod niyan, magkakandak na ang PIDEA ng destruction within 24 hours after ocular inspection. Okay? Tapos, saka pa lang, si DDB shall issue certification of fact of destruction kapag nasunog na ng PIDEA yung drogang na ocular inspection ng korte. A lower criminal recruited by smuggling organization to cross borders carrying drugs or sometimes unknowingly whose bag or vehicle the drugs are planted for the purpose of retrieving them elsewhere. A. Informant. B. Drug pusher. C. Mule. D. Pusher buyer. Anong tawag natin doon sa nagdadala ng droga from one place to another? For transit. Ang tawag natin doon ay yung nagdadala. Mule. Di ba may tinatawag tayong drug mule? Siya yung nagdadala. Consider yung iba kinakain, yung iba pinapasok sa puwet para lang pag tinransit, hindi halata. Drug pusher, yan yung nagbebenta. Di ba? Oh. Pusher buyer, pag meron tayong buy-bus operation, di ba? Yung magpapanggap na na bibili. Oh. Informant. So the answer is mule. 91. Drug trafficking according to Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002 except A. Cultivation, culture, and delivery. B. Administration, dispensation, manufacture, sale, and trading. C. Administration, consumption, addiction, and tolerance. And D. Transportation, distribution, importation, exportation, and possession. The answer is letter C. No? Kasi yung administration, consumption, addiction, and tolerance ay use. Di ba? Drug use yan. trafficking yung pinag-uusapan natin dito, selling. Di ba? Okay? So under Article 2 of RA 9165, paborito natin yung Section 5 at saka 11. Section 5 is for trafficking, yung pagbebenta, and 11 yung possession. Okay. So Section 11, illegal possession. Section 5 is illegal trafficking. And they are all can be seen in RA 9165 Article number 2. What section is illegal use? Section 15. Penalty ng ating use is minimum of 6 months rehabilitation sa first offense. Pero for example, pangalawa na, pwede ka nang makulong ng 6 years and 1 day to 12 years at may fine na 50,000 to 200,000 pesos. Okay. What should be charged in case both 11 and 15 are violated? 11 is possession. 15 is use. Ano ang magpe-prevail? Kunwari, nahulihan ka at saka gumagamit ka. Ano ay kakaso sa'yo? 11 o 15? Ano ay kakaso sa'yo? 11 o 15? Section 11 pare. No, ma-absorb na ng Section 11 yung use. Kasi yung 11 possession, mas mataas yung penalty. 92, laboratory examination is only required to apprehend the offender within 24 hours if the person arrested has visible manifestation, physical sign of drug abuse, psychological manifestation, and symptoms of drug abuse. What is the answer? Letter B, very good. Ang letter B ay 1, 2, and 4. Bakit hindi kasama itong psychological manifestation? Hindi po kasama yung psychological manifestation kasi hindi pwede nating maging rason na kailangan natin siyang i-lab exam dahil lang sa feeling natin nakadroga siya dahil patawa-tawa siya. No? Kailangan ng physical signs. So, namamaga yung mata, namumugto, naglalaway, no, nagpapawis. Kailangan nakikita ng mata. Hindi pwede yung dahil tumatawa lang siya kasi baka may mental illness lang, no? So hindi pwede yung psychological manifestation. Kailangan talaga ng physical manifestation. 93. The penalty of life imprisonment to death and fine ranging 500 to 10 million shall be imposed upon person who, unless authorized by the law, shall possess any dangerous drug in the following quantities, regardless of the degree of purity. A, 10 grams or more. B, 50 grams or more of shabu. C, 500. D, all of the foregoing. Anong sagot natin dito? Letter D, all of the foregoing. Kasi lahat po ito ay maximum penalty. 10 grams para sa mga drugs na specialized, katulad niyang opium, morphine, heroin. Shabu, 50 grams lang yan or more, no? While 500 naman for marijuana leaves. 94. The safest and most convenient and economical route whenever possible. A, oral. B, injection. D, iontophoresis. D, inhalation. Sagot. Safest and most convenient ay letter A. A, oral. The introduction of the drugs into deeper layers of the skin. That is letter C. iontophoresis, ha? Iontophoresis. Pinag-uusapan natin ngayon is drug administration o yung route kung paano pinapasok sa katawan yung droga. Okay, ito yung mga iba't ibang drug route na pwede nating makita or gawin sa isang drug. Yung iba through buccal. Bukal. Alam mo yung bukal, yung nilalagay sa cheeks, sa loob, lalo na yung shabu, yung iba ginagawa dyan, or cocaine, pinapasok sa gilid ng cheeks. Pwedeng enteral through stomach, yung may G-tube, no? Para direct na sa intestine. Inhalable, yon, ginagamitan natin ng mga mask tubes, no? Through breathing. Infuse, ito naman yung gumagamit tayo ng IV line, no? Ito yung mga ginagawa ng ng mga nagpapadrip ng glutathione. Yan, infused yun. Intramuscular, gumagamit tayo ng syringe through the muscle. Intrathecal, sa spine. Intravenous is sa veins. Nasal, through nose. Ophthalmic, galing sa mata, papunta sa mata rather. Oral, sa mouth. And otic, sa ear. Okay. When too much of the drug is taken into the physiological system of the human body, anong mangyayari? A, overdose. B, allergy. C, idiosyncrasy. D, side effect. Answer. Letter A. No? Overdose. Ang side effects, yun yung kabaliktaran ng epekto ng gamot. No? There are parts of the body which is not receptors of the drug. Kaya nagkakaroon siya ng ibang epekto, side effect. Allergy kapag yung katawan natin, pag nag-take tayo ng drugs, nag-release ng histamine. Kaya nga nagte-take tayo ng gamot na antihistamine. Okay. Idiosyncrasy, ito naman yung mga individual reaction of drugs ng katawan natin. May mga gamot kasi na hindi naman yun yung side effect, pero yung katawan natin, yun yung nagiging reaction. For example, yung paracetamol. Hindi, wala namang side effect yun na pagsusuka. Pero ikaw, personal, unexplained reason kapag umiinom ka ng paracetamol, sumusuka ka. Yun yung idiosyncrasy. Hindi naman yun yung usual na effect ng gamot, pero yung katawan mo, may unexplained reason kung bakit yun yung nagiging reaction. Okay, 97. These are drugs that relieve pain. However, they may produce opposite effects on somebody who suffers from peptic ulcer or gastric irritation. Okay. Drugs that relieve pain, letter, very good, analgesic, no? Okay. Ang antibiotics to control or combat infection. Example, may sugat ka, na-infect, inom ka na antibiotic. Okay, antipyretics to lower body temperature or fever, no? Antihistamine, ito naman yung lumalaban ng allergic reaction. 98. Those that relieve congestion of the nasal passages, o yung example nito, yung Nozep. Tawag natin dyan ay decongestant. Very good. Laxative, it controls bowel movement, no? Para ilabas mo, defecation, matay ka, no? Sedatives or tranquilizers, quiet the nerves, no? Expectorants, pagdating naman sa mucus, example yung sa Solmux, ba?
What do you call to male marijuana? Male marijuana is what we call staminate. No? Staminate. Ang female naman, pistillate. Staminate, pag lalaki, pistillate sa babae. Okay, Iro is addicted to shabu. The following may be experienced within his family which is not included. O, addict daw sa shabu si Iro. Saan daw dito yung hindi may experience ng pamilya niya? Peace and harmony, misunderstanding, uncertainty, and feeling of betrayal. The answer is A. Ito mga bonus questions. Considered to be one of the most influential factors of drug abuse, that is peer pressure. Kaya nga, sumama kayo sa mga kaibigan na may good influence kasi madalas yan po yung nagiging influential factor for drug abuse. Okay. A method of therapy on alcoholism that is based on conversion and fellowship is called Program Alcoholic Anonymous. Ang tingnan niya lang dito, no? Aversion method, pag gumagamit tayo ng gamot, no? Para mag-iba yung lasa ng alak. Program Alcohol Anonymous, mga fellowship, no? For example, yung mga churches na ang ginagawa nila, yung mga nagpapatotoo, yung nagbago na po ako, hindi na po ako umiinom ng alak dahil po sa pakikipag-kaibigan ko. Okay. Psychotherapy method, meron tayong psychologist, no? Na nagkakandak ng therapy sa'yo. Okay? Psychologist. Okay, harmful conduct or habit, the indulgence which leads to depravity, vice. Kabaliktaran ng vice, kung ito ay harmful habit, ang kabutihan naman ay virtue. Saan yung numbers? Wait lang sige. Dagdag na natin to. Illegal gambling, 1602. Game fixing, 4833. Illegal cockfighting, PD 449. And PD number 510, law on slot machines. Additional info na lang po. Okay, question 101. What stage in fire development is characterized by production of smoke? A. Explosion. B. Overheating. C. Flaming. D. Smoldering. The answer is letter D. Smoldering is also known as decay. No? Pag namamatay na yung apoy, syempre smoke na lang. No? Tingnan natin, isa-isahin natin yung mga yung phases or stages of fire. Okay, number 1, yung incipient phase or yung ignition point where it is the first stage, na nagsisimula pa lang. Sa growth, ito na po yung stage wherein unti-unti nang lumalakas or lumalaki yung apoy because of the continuous load of oxygen and fuel. Usually, flashover can occur in growth stage. Okay. Third, yung fully developed phase. Fully developed phase or the free burning phase, yun yung time na lahat na ng combustible materials or fuels ay sunog na. That is why it is considered as the hottest phase. And decay, ito naman yung smoldering phase where pababa na or it decreases the fire or it puts end to the fire. Kaya nga production of smoke na yung nangyayari. So what is the first stage? That is incipient. Second, yung tinatawag natin growth. Third, fully developed. And fourth, decay or smoldering phase. What is the hottest phase? Fully developed. Okay? Only smoke is being produced. Smoke. Okay? Flash, which stage flashover may occur? Sa ating growth. Okay, pag sinabi mong flashover, yan yung dangerous behavior ng fire where biglang lang magkakaapoy because of the overheating ng area or ng room temperature. So ang nangyayari, nagkakaroon ng thermal radiation and biglang kakalat yung apoy at the same time. Yan yung keyword mo dyan. Same time or simultaneously. Sabay-sabay. No? Ano pa yung mga other dangerous behavior ng fire? Yung rekindling. Kaya tayo nagkakandak ng what do we call overhauling? Para ma-assure natin na wala nang possible na masunog ulit or mag-start ng apoy. Backdraft naman, yan yung result ng explosion. No? Sudden introduction of oxygen. Kung hindi masyadong maganda yung ventilation sa lugar, no? Ang nangyayari dyan, nauuhaw sa oxygen yung area. Kaya pag bigla mong pinasukan ng oxygen, sasabog. Okay, so anong ginagawa natin to prevent this dangerous behavior? Yung ginagawa nga natin na overhauling, which is the detailed check of the installation to ensure that the ignition will not reoccur. Okay? 102. A transition phase in the development of a contained fire in which surface exposed to thermal radiation reach ignition temperature more or less simultaneously and the fire spread rapidly throughout the space. Answer. Letter A, no? Yung simultaneously na keyword. Backdraft, yan yung sudden introduction resulting to explosion. Reignition, rekindling, biglang start ng apoy ulit, no? And then overhauling yung detailed check. 103. Sudden introduction daw ng air. Kakasabi ko lang. Letter B. Very good. What is the detailed check of installation? Letter B. Very good. No, overhauling. 105. What is the phase with highest rate of intensity? Saan dyan yung hottest phase? Hottest phase. Highest rate of intensity. Free burning. Ito na yung decay na to, di ba? Kapatay na yung apoy. So kung hindi na highest rate, pag highest rate kasi ay highest rate ng intensity, ibig sabihin sobrang init. No? Free burning. Okay, 106. Any material or mixture consisting of a fuel oxidizer used to set off explosive. Answer. Letter A. Blasting agent. Gunpowder, syempre sa baril yan. Okay, blasting cap, yan po ay isa sa part ng explosive, no? Yan. And explosive primer. What is the start of fire? Conduction, explosion, convection, ignition. Letter D. Ang conduction, explosion, convection, magkakaiba yan. No? Conduction, that is mode of transfer of heat. Diba? Explosion, pagsabog. So, hindi yan. Okay? Heat transfer or propagation of heat, meron tayong convection, conduction, at saka yung radiation. O, pag ang heat transfer is solid to solid, conduction yan. No? Pag sa liquid or gas, convection. Pag sa radiation, it travels through vacuum or space. Okay, what is the lowest temperature at which flammable substance will burn once ignited? That is letter B, yung flash point. Lowest temperature. Okay? Okay, yung salitang combustible, inflammable, tsaka flammable, tatandaan nyo lang description yan ng mga easily set on fire. Combustible, kadalasan ginagamit natin yan sa mga solid combustible material. Flammable, sa mga bagay na liquid na mabilis masunog. While merong certain material na tinatawag na combustible liquid, those are liquid that have flash point at or above 37.8 Celsius. Okay, so ilan to sa mga temperature and conversion na gusto kong ipaalala sa inyo? Okay, 109. The composition of matter due to heat, burning, pre-ignition, combustion or pyrolysis. The answer is very good. The composition of matter or the thermal decomposition is delta pyrolysis. Yan. 110. The measure of rate of flow of heat through unit area, material with unit temperature gradient. Of flow of heat. Ano yung tawag natin pag mini-measure natin kung gaano kabilis mapasa yung init? That is thermal conductivity. Very good. 111. The greatest concern of a fireman at the fire or crime scene is to interview witness, view the site of the crime, preserve the fire or crime scene, and the opportunity in the fire or crime scene. Okay, ano ang trabaho ng fireman? That is to letter C, syempre preserve the fire, no? I-contaminate. Ayaw natin na masunog pa yung ibang areas. Di ba? So the answer is letter yes. 112. Before search for hidden fires, the condition of the building of the area to be searched should be known. Anong tawag doon kapag gusto natin alamin muna bago tayo mag-conduct ng investigation if stable pa ba yung lugar? That is letter very good. Letter B, no? Structural stability. 113. In collection of solid evidence during investigation of fire scene, what means should be employed except one? Letter, pag solid evidence, ano yung hindi pwede ditong gawin sa solid evidence? That is D. Yan ay ginagawa para sa mga liquid at gas evidence. Ba? 114. The temperature at which liquid is transformed or converted to vapor. A. Burning point. B. Melting point. C. Freezing point. D. Boiling point. O liquid to vapor, that is what we call boiling point. Kasi yung freezing point pag liquid to solid. Etong melting point solid to liquid. Pa? 115. The restaurant owned by Jimmy was burned. Upon investigation, 10 tanks of LPG was found therein. Under the Fire Code of the Philippines, if a substantial amount of flammable substance or materials are stored within the building not necessary for the business, neither the offender nor the household use, the same may be used as a prima facie proof of arson. Can use of recovered 10 tanks of LPG as a prima facie evidence of arson against Jimmy? A. Yes. B. No. C. Maybe. D. Sometimes. So, according daw sa Fire Code of the Philippines, kapag meron daw tayong nakitang flammable substance and materials dun sa area, sobra-sobra, no? Pwedeng maging prima facie evidence of arson. Makakonsider man natin prima facie of evidence of arson yung mga 10 LPG tanks na nakita natin? The answer is letter B. No. Bakit no? Ha? Ang trabaho, ang business ni Jimmy ay restaurant. Natural lang na meron dong LPG. No? 10 tanks lang naman yun eh. That is normal sa mga malalaking restaurants, no? Na marami silang LPG. Dahil part yun ng negosyo niya. Magiging yes lang to, for example, ang binibenta mo ay mga sapatos. O, ano namang kinalaman ng sapatos sa LPG tanks? Okay? So, the answer is letter B. No? 116. To establish a prima facie evidence of arson, the total insurance carried on the building and their goal is more than blank of the value of such building and goods at the time of the file. Oh, what is the answer? Letter C. 80% pare. Yan yung nakalagay sa ating Fire Code of the Philippines. 80%. 117. Product of fire that is detected by gas chromatogram and iospectrometer. The answer is letter D. Fire gases, no? Because yung chromatogram at spectrometer, yun ay mga gas or heat detector. Ha? Okay, smoke detector. Okay, 118, to point out the difference between incendiary cause of fire and natural cause of fire, investigator must photograph the natural fire pattern. And, para daw ma-differentiate mo yung natural cause tsaka hindi, anong dapat mong pag-picturean bukod sa natural fire? D. A. Arson fire. B. Providential. C. Accidental. D. Suspicious. Siyempre, ang sagot dito pare ay letter D. Pag sinabi mo kasing providential, natural cause of fire din yan. O, paano mo pa ma-differentiate yan? Kaya, letter D, 180. 119, 119, caused by volcanic eruption or humidity, that is providential. Kakasabi ko lang, natural or providential, parehas lang yan. Hmm? 120. An accountable officer who shall be responsible in collection, deposit, and remittance of Fire Code revenues from all Fire Code taxes, fees, charges, fines with AGB, AGDB, and AGSP. Sino ang nagko-collect ng
bayad na lalo na yung mga kumukuha ng building permit for fire inspection, si collecting officer. Si fire inspector, taga-inspect ng building. Hindi niya trabaho na kumuha ng taxes and fees. Ang kumukuha niyan, si collecting officer. Ha? Ito naman si plan evaluator, ang tine-check niya yung mga blueprint. Yung nakaplano pa lang. No? Fire safety enforcers, yan yung plan evaluators, yung fire inspectors. Okay, for example, may inspection order. Pag fire inspection, pag pumasa ka, dun ka palang bibigyan ng fire safety inspection certificate at occupancy permit. Pag failed ka dun sa inspection na kinandak ni fire inspector, ang ibibigay sa iyo ay notice of disapproval. Lahat ng building permit, merong kakibat na fire inspection certificate. Kailangan talaga nila niyan, ng fire safety inspection certificate. Hindi sila makakuha ng building permit or ng hindi building permit, business permit ng walang fire safety inspection certificate. Okay. 121. The Yakuza is organized into families which adopts a relation known as A. Uyabun-kobun, B. Yubitsumi, C. Irezumi, D. Bakuto. Sagot dito ay letter A. Ibig sabihin yan, pare, ay father-son or father-son relationship. Ang yubitsume, yan yung tinatawag na cutting of the tip of left little finger para masabing kaway loyal at nangihingi ng patawad sa iyong uyabun. Iresume, yan naman yung isa sa mga traditions ni Yakuza na naglalagay sila ng tattoo sa kanilang katawan. At Bakuto, ito yung forerunner ng pangalan na Yakuza. 122. A member of Cosa Nostra who operates at least one specific criminal enterprise and constantly search for new sources of revenue for a crime family is called A. Wise guy, B. Button man, C. Made guys, D. All of the above. The answer is letter D. All of the above. Lahat po yan ay lowest mammal ng Cosa Nostra or mga members ng mafia. Okay? Cosa Nostra is known as the most famous organized crime group in the world. 1, 2, 3. An offense whose inception, prevention, and indirect effects involve more than one country. The answer is letter B. Transnational crimes. No? Ang transnational crimes, ito yung mga crimes na nag-i-involve sa more than one country. It doesn't mean na kailangan lahat ng elements magawa to a certain country. Pwedeng certain parts lang or even yung effects lang niya. Mako-consider na natin yung transnational crime. According to the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, it is defined as serious crime. No? 1, 2, 4. In Joseph Albini's patron-client model, organized crime group is consisting of syndicate in a loose system or power relationship. At the center of each organized crime unit or family, sino ang nasa gitna or na pinaka-head ng grupo? The answer is letter C. Das Capo, Sotocapo, and Consoliere. Ito po kasi itsura ng patron-client model ni Joseph Albini. Ang nasa taas, yan yung mga boss, underboss, at councilor. Yung nasa gitna or yung middleman, this is what we call the captains or kaporihimi.
at made guys yung lowest mammal na nagko-commit ng violence. Okay? The lowest ranking in the family. Okay, 125. Commission of transnational crimes are motivated by the following, except 1. A. Political influence. B. Hate and revenge. C. Economic gain. D. Social control in the global scope. Ano lang dito yung hindi motivation ng mga organized crime group? The answer is letter B. Kasi yung hate and revenge, kadalasan, that is motivation ng mga terrorist. Okay? 126. Criminality of an organized crime group is directed by A. Pursuit of profit along well-defined lines. B. Violence when the interests of the organization are threatened. And D. And C. Boss. And D. Pursuit of eliminating competitors. Criminality of organized crime group is directed by what? By pursuit of profit. Tandaan nyo lang sa organized crime, number 1 nilang reason kung bakit sila gumagawa ng crime is for profit. No? Yan yung pagkakaiba nila sa terrorist. Ang terrorist group, laging ang kanilang ang focus lagi nila ay ideology. While sa organized crime group, profit. 127. Known as Big Six of transnational organized crime group, the answer is letter A. Sicilian and American Mafia, families, triads, yakuzas, and cartels. Okay, ito yung member ng Big Six ng transnational crime organization. Member naman ng groups na nagtatrabaho for Big Six. Terrorist groups na may kinalaman naman sa narcotics and contraband and smuggling. Ito naman yung Italian families, mga gangsters, Italian-American gangsters na pinamumunuan ni Charles Lucky Luciano. (128) Terrorist act is any act that is unlawful, involves the use of threatened use of violence, force against individuals, properties that designed to coerce the government or society and supports any of the following except may kinalaman sa government, society. Okay, for 128, the answer is letter B. No? Walang barbaric objectives. Ano yan? Para kainin mo yung mga tao? Ganun yung barbaric eh. No? Ibig sabihin yung mga kumbaga walang moral. Barbaric. No? Kadalasan naman ng mga terrorist act, may ideology sila. No? Like political and religious objectives. Terrorist, ibig sabihin, yung mga taong nagko-commit ng terrorism. Terrorist group, yung organization itself. While terrorist act is yung kanilang act that is unlawful, such as violence. Okay? May tinatawag tayong mga domestic terrorism, yung mga it is conducted or committed in their own country. Meron ding international terrorism where it involves more than one country. And religious terrorism na nag-i-involve na ng terror in the mind of God. Yung kumbaga gusto nilang magpasa ng religion. Okay? Sample lang naman is Islam. Pero hindi ko sinasabi na yung mga Islam ay terorista. Meron lang talagang certain groups na ang gusto kasi nila ipakalat yung religion. So, ideology yan. Okay? 129.
use of lethal force by the state against its own civilian population. Una, so magkakandak ka ng terrorism sa sarili mong bansa, making them apolitical, malleable, and support weakening the population's willingness to support revolutionary or other anti-government forces. The answer is letter own civilian population. Terrorize state terrorism. Sarili mong bansa, terrorize mo para hindi mag-aklas, mag-revolt sa gobyerno. B. 130 terrorist safe haven is what? Oops, napindot ko. An area of relative security. Ibig sabihin pare, pag sinabi mong terrorist safe haven, ito yung mga lugar kung saan nagkakandak ng training yung mga terrorist group, no? Nagiging site nila para mag-recruit. Kadalasan, yung mga bansang nagiging terrorist safe haven, yung mga hindi masyadong maunlad, no? Hindi okay yung government. Sinasakop yan ng mga terrorist group para maging safe haven, training ground, no? 131, the leader of Al-Qaeda is called the Emir. Yung the base, yan yung literal meaning ng Al-Qaeda. No? Meaning ng Al-Qaeda, the base. Yung Emir, yan yung literal meaning. Jihad, yan yung paniniwala na dapat ipakalat ang Muslim faith. Okay? Bearers of the sword, yan naman po yung literal meaning ng Abu Sayyaf. Which of the following are commonly identified forms of human trafficking? A. Sexual exploitation. B. Exploitation of children. C. Forced labor. D. All of the above. The answer is letter D. No? Lahat po yan ay forms ng human trafficking. Okay? Ayan. Pwedeng through non-violent and violent means, but still ang purpose yan is pwedeng sexual exploitation, labor exploitation, or organ exploitation. Okay. Also, no, ano ang pagkakaiba ng human trafficking sa human smuggling? Ha? Anong pagkakaiba ng human smuggling sa human trafficking? Smuggling, pare, yung tao, dinala mo from one place to another ng illegal. Kumbaga, hindi ka gumamit ng passport. Kumbaga, illegal transportation, inismuggle mo yung tao from one place to another. After that, tapos na yung usapan nyo. Pag nasmuggle mo siya, babayaran ka niya, ipabahala sa kanya mag-travel. Yung iba, di ba, tinatago sa barko. Di ba? Napapanood nyo ba yung mga ganong klaseng documentaries? Yung iba, pinipeke yung mga documents. Ang tawag doon, human smuggling. Ini-smuggle mo yung tao para i-transit from one place to another illegally. Pero pag sinabi mo kasing human trafficking, may kinalaman na sa exploitation. Ano ibig sabihin ng exploitation? Panggagamit. No? Ang purpose mo, gamitin siya para magkaroon ng benefits like pera. No? Kaya nga may sexual exploitation, labor exploitation, organ exploitation. Panggagamit. 133. Money laundering main objective. Bakit tayo nagkakandak ng money laundering? Para ma-conceal natin yung ownership or trail ng pera. Yun naman talaga yun eh. Kaya nga money laundering, from the word itself, laundering or laundry. Lalabhan mo yung pera para hindi na maging madumi. No? So usually ang money laundering process nagsisimula sa placement or smurfing or immersion. Pag sinabi mo smurfing, moving of small amounts at times to avoid suspicion. For example, ginagawa mo lang yung pinapadala mo, no? Pa 10,000 lang, nagpapasok ka sa bangko ng pa 10,000, no? Para hindi mahalata na meron ka palang 10 million. Dahan-dahan lang, weekly. Yung immersion kasi, ibig sabihin yan mixing of money, illegal money, sa legitimate money. For example, kunwari, meron kang business. Ang gagawin mo, yung kita ng business mo na galing sa legitimate process, for example, talagang nagtitinda ka ng damit, halimbawa, ihahalo mo ngayon yung perang kinita mo sa illegal activities para hindi mahalata na galing yun sa illegal activities or pagbebenta ng droga, halimbawa. After nyan, pupunta ka na sa layering where ang gagawin mo is heavy soaping. Iko-convert mo na yung cash into monetary instruments. For example, bibili ka ng mga tangible assets, no? So after mong ilagay sa bangko, after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, bibili ka ng kotse, bibili ka ng bahay, bibili ka ng property. Okay, pagbili mo ng property, ang susunod mong gagawin is integration. Ibebenta mo ngayon yung property, for example, no? Benta mo yung lupa. So yung kikitain ng lupa, legal na pera na yon. Okay? Ibig sabihin, yung pera na yon malinis na. It is available. No? Kumbaga, pumasok na siya dun sa cycle ng ating government kung paano natin pinapatakbo yung pera, yung trail niya, nabura na galing sa illegal activity. Okay. 134. What is the 3 core services of Interpol? Except 1. Okay, communication system, database, proactive support, or arrest of international terrorists. Ano dito ang hindi trabaho ng Interpol? Letter D. Hindi nila trabahong umaresto ng international terrorists. Ang trabaho po ng Interpol, magbigay ng information sa lahat ng miyembro. Kaya nga, di ba nagbibigay sila ng mga notices like blue notice, black notice, red notice para ma-inform tayo sa lahat ng system. Kunwari, may nauusong krimen sa ibang bansa. For example lang, no, yung modus operandi nito ay ibebenta niya yung katawan niya. Maglalabas ng Interpol ng notice regarding that para ma-inform yung mga members at mag-ingat. Okay? Investigation, prosecution, and trial of the crime of trafficking in person is done in A. Open and public, B. Closed door, C. Personal, D. Official capacity. The answer is letter B, no? Ang investigation, prosecution, and trafficking in person ay closed door. Hindi siya open to the public, no? Iniingatan natin yung victim, no? Na mapahiya. Kaya ang mga investigation, prosecution and trial ng trafficking ay closed door. Okay, 136. In the investigation of cybercrime, best approach is used. Literally means except 1. A, victim. B, evidence. C, violation. D, suspect. Okay, ano ang hindi kasama sa best approach? The answer is letter A, victim, no? Evidence, violation, and suspect, no? Yan ang kadalasang kasama sa investigation. 137, unauthorized access into or interference into computer system in order to corrupt, alter, steal, destroy computer, or other similar information. The answer is hacking. Hacking. Computer vandalism kapag ang sinira mo ay yung physical computer. Kunwari, sinulatan mo yung computer set. Okay? Or, kunwari, binasag mo yung mouse. Pinutol mo yung keyboard. Computer vandalism. Okay? Cybersex may kinalaman sa, sa sex. No? Gumagamit ka ng internet para magbenta ng aliw. Worms may kinalaman sa virus. An operation launched in the Philippine National Police Special Action Force Commandos that led to the killing of international terrorist Zulfikli Binhir at Mama Sapano Maguindanao. Answer? Oplan Exodus. Ang Oplan Wolverine, yan yung aborted operation ni Marwan. Oplan Neptune Spear Operation versus Osama Bin Laden. Okay. Kumbaga pre, itong Oplan Exodus, yan yung natuloy na operation ng SA 44. Oplan Exodus. Ang una talaga dyan, yung Oplan Wolverine. Tapos hindi natuloy. Naging Oplan Terminator, hindi na naman natuloy. Hanggang sa natuloy nung Oplan Exodus. 139. Interpol's notice on planned terrorist attack to one of its members. The answer is letter D. Orange notice, no? Pag may kinalaman sa attacks. Okay. Ang blue, para po yan sa identity of person. Okay. Red, para sa arrest. Green, para sa warning. Okay. Yung Interpol, United Nations Security Council Special Notice para sa mga VIP personnel. Yellow is for missing person. Okay? Black notice for dead bodies or cadavers. Orange for warning of special events. Okay? And purple para sa mga modus operandi. 140. Conceptualized in 1920s and had its initial headquarters in Vienna, this organization was established to promote international criminal cooperation. The answer is letter B. Yan. International Criminal Police Organization. Yan yung ibig sabihin ng Interpol. Okay. ICPO. Very good. 141. An Asian organized crime group which is derived from 893 or good for nothing. The answer is letter A. Yung triads, yan yung oldest criminal organization. Oldest. No? Yung tongs, yan yung mga organized crime group na Asian din, Asian gangs yan, that they protect people na nasa mga Chinatown ng iba't ibang bansa, no? 142. Ito, nasagot na natin to. B. Okay, so si Oscar Dester ang first Secretary General ng Interpol at ang former Filipino President naman ng Interpol ay si Jolly Bugarin. Okay, 143. The giving of alms of the poor needy as prescribed by the Quran. Okay, in the Muslim world, where terrorist organization to legitimately receive money. Yan yung tinatawag nating zakat. No? Okay, yung hawala naman, informal money transfer. Okay, Islamic banking, money laundering. Ayan. 144. What method account for as much as 60% of terrorist-related violence? Okay. Kidnapping, bombing, assassination, prostitution. Anong paboritong gawin ng mga terorista? Bombing. No? Bravo. Very good. 145. Which of the following is not an Italian organized crime group? Sicilian, Cali, Neapolitan, Camorra, Sacra Corona. Yes, Cali. Kasi ito ay Colombian drug cartel. Colombian to Colombian. 146, human errors as one of the cause of traffic congestion is best characterized by except A, poor legislative activities, B, slow drivers, okay, C, lack of foresight on the part of pedestrian, D, presence of traffic officers. Very good. Ang tinatanong dito pare, human errors. Hindi naman po mali na magkaroon ng mga traffic officer. Diba? So, ang tamang sagot ay Delta. 147. Safety campaign is an important aspect of traffic safety education because A, it is designed to make good road users behave more safely. B, it informs the public of any updates in traffic. C, it focuses on strict compliance to traffic signs. And D, it can prevent accident. Safety campaign, kasi we want to behave more safely. No? Yun naman talaga yun. Promote safety campaign to behave more safely. Okay? Traffic education is the priceless gem. Okay? And this is the key to smooth traffic flow. Pasok dyan yung tinatawag nating safety education. 148. A key event wherein the instance where the motorist can no longer avoid or evade any possible collision. Ano yung tinatawag nating key event? The event on road characterized manner of occurrence of motor vehicle traffic incident. Ibig sabihin, wala na tayong choice kundi mangyayari na yon. Ang keyword mo dito, can no longer evade. Ibig sabihin, hindi mo na maiiwasan. Okay, that is the point of no escape. 149. Separation of traffic units in a vehicular accident is referred to as A, final position, B, hazard, D, disengagement, D, stopping. Separation yun yung disengagement. Very good. Ano ba yung chain of events? Okay, una, perception of hazard, yung nararamdaman mo pa lang na mangyayari yung accident. Start of evasive action, yung first action ng traffic unit to avoid a hazard. Initial contact, ito yung accidental touching, kumbaga nagdikit na yung dalawang sasakyan. And maximum engagement, yan na yung overlapping of collision. Disengagement, separation, paghihiwalay na ng traffic unit. Stopping, stabilization, no, of the accident situation. And injury na yung body harm ng mga biktima. Okay, for the last question. Marks left on roadway by tires when the brakes were applied strongly. Hence, the wheels lock and not free to rotate. A, skid marks. B, scuff marks. C, skip marks. Or skid rather. D, debris. Okay, the answer is very good. Skid marks. Okay? Okay, that is the end of our discussion. Thank you very much. No, nagtagal tayo, no? Umabot tayo ng 2:30. Anyway, thank you guys. Good afternoon.